Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampelville, and welcome back to more Adepticon preparation here. More Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. I think there might even be 6 of these that have to be painted, so we're going to work on at least one of these tonight, maybe two. It kind of depends on how quickly this rolls. There is a picture over there on the lower left-hand corner of what I'm shooting for as far as how this is going to look. Obviously, this is our last piece right here. Our last kitty that we painted up on stream. Very, very fun. He's pretty darn huge, that's for sure. And of course, last night we were working on a couple of our Galadrim, like these guys right here. Hey there, Landress, how you doing? Landress, boy, that movement tray. I mean, those are really, really cool. It's funny because I only have ever printed out one sort of flat thing on the FDM printer like that, and I definitely had to change up all the settings on it for that. It looks like there's some like obsidian stuff here. Actually, let me see if I can't make this here picture bigger. Yeah, something like this. 1 second. So that is all kind of the obsidian stuff. This is a little combo of that and the gold. And then just looks like a whole bunch of brownish rock out here. And we'll just go with, oh, even that is also the obsidian stuff too. All right, no problem. We can do that. So great to see you there, Landrast. Huge surprise. We're gonna be doing a bunch of dry brushy stuff here. And that's like a total shock. We never do that here. Not with the oils. No siree. Okay. You do this. You know what? We'll break out some asphaltum here. Do the super dry brushy thing. Oh geez, thanks Recoil. I figured you wouldn't be able to join us with all the back and forth and all the stuff there. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Geez, Recoil, I think maybe you saw maybe it was one of the smaller cats. I think you and Mom were able to see one of these smaller guys. Yeah, I'll try to write you about all the Adepticon stuff and everything after the stream here and get you filled in on that. That's been extra crazy. But I don't know. Did you miss all of the streams on these guys here? So last night I finally was able to do the Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Basically, the idea is that she took the One Ring, and now it's winter in Lothlorien. So that's the reason for that. We also have, well, I have one of them here with the snow and icicles on their bases. Nice to see you again there, Nurgle Matthew. I hope that you're doing well here. So great to see you again. Again, lots of just dry, brushy stuff here. We're gonna keep it as simple as we can. Keep it as simple as we can. Okay, well, Recoil, I'll send you some pictures there. This is all a bunch of terrain for Adepticon. They had so much stuff to do that they said, could you please help us out and paint terrain? So I think I've painted 2 of those big cats. Actually, you might have seen them on. You probably haven't seen the Patreon videos because I actually painted a couple of them in one of the Patreon videos. And then I did episode 1 of one of the vehicles. I did that also on the Patreon page. Here, let me smush some of this into here, some of this over here, some of this over here. Now let's maybe start getting a little lighter here. Yeah, I might just have to get some more of the asphaltum out there. Maybe we'll try a little bit of our it is fast mat. The fast mat, what the heck is that stuff called though? The Terra Rosa. Hello, Mom. So hopefully if Mom could hear that, we'll say everybody say hello to Recoil, and of course everybody say hello to Recoil's mom. And everybody send best wishes to Recoil's mom too while you're at it. Sorry, Recoil, I kind of spaced on that. Should have started off with that. So yes, if you see a bunch of glowing terrain in the Marvel Crisis Protocol tournament room, well, you know where it came from, and you've had a chance to watch it being painted. So yes, this is for Adepticon here. Trying to again get this painted for them as quickly as we can. This is just a tiny portion of it. It's for what, two 6 foot by 4 foot tables. So again, so Mom, I hope that you're feeling better there. I'm sure you're getting as frustrated as all heck with this stuff kind of popping up over and over again. You have a month or so of just some peace and quiet, just sitting there eating yummy food that Recoil made with Squeak, and then all of a sudden it's crazy again. Hopefully Squeak is also doing well. We're gonna get ourselves, yeah, we're gonna get ourselves some of that stuff down there. So yeah, Landras, those movement trays really extra cool. I'm going to have to magnetize a whole bunch of stuff to be able to bring that to Adepticon. All that Tomb King stuff, our Bretonians, even the Armada stuff. I'm going to just be cutting up a whole bunch of magnet sheets. Oh, that's what I meant to look for today on Amazon, was to see if anybody's done what, well, Green Stuff World's done it, and then there's another company in the UK that's done it, where there's basically, it's the refrigerator magnet style stuff, but it's been pre-cut. That would be super handy. Well, that's Squeak's most important job, right? Recoil, and that is Squeak's most important job. Recoil. There's been a few new colors that have kind of entered into the mix. Now, a few of them are on the pricey side. Well, 3 of them are. The chief among them is the cobalt teal bluish, and that's what I was using on those Galadriel elves and Galadriel herself. Then there is at Series 6, so that was a Series 7. Series 6, we're talking about the, oh gosh, the Pearline Crimson, which shockingly enough is not just a red, but it's also a staining color. Hey, Riot Sister, welcome back. So, Riot Sister, what was it? You were thinking you had at least 2 days of Adepticon. I know you were looking for the time off. Hopefully that's all looking good, so you'll still be able to get there. Nice to see you, Ryan. Again, my apologies for the lateness to the start here. I was trying to I was able to edit and render the latest tutorial video for the Patreon page. That's the I almost said Harlequins, but no, the Howling Banshees. So that's ready to go. That was a pretty wild basing video. Still not entirely sure what color scheme we're going to be doing on those boys. Well, ladies, actually, because Howling Banshees. Yeah, I kept calling them guys the entire stream, not the entire video. Probably will do that on all the rest of the series too, so I apologize in advance. Yeah, Riot Sister, I guess, is there any, I'm trying to think, there's not really a major holiday right around that time, so I don't know if that is worse or better. I could see it being better. I could also see that actually being worse, because there might just be fewer flights. Or maybe it's just a wash, because there's less flights and there's still a decent amount of people looking to hop on some of those. So Nurgle Matthew, I wasn't sure if you were going to be also at Adepticon. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for being here. Sorry for the, just like, okay, I'm starting now. Yeah, it's been a wild day. I was doing a bunch of Battlefleet Gothic ships, trying to finish those off. I think I did 7 more of those today. You know what? I'm just going to do this. And then we'll see what we can do with glazy stuff also from there. So all of this is obsidian. That actually makes it a little easier, I think, to deal with. Actually, they show that as being obsidian tool. Fine, whatever's. So again, hopefully everybody that's doing stuff for Adepticon, that's That's going as well as can be expected. Yeah, let me do some more of this now. More over here. Over here. And some more over there. So yeah, recoil, it was part of a tutorial video, that color scheme of those Galadrim elves, because remember we had talked months ago about, hey, maybe be interesting to do Lord of the Rings elves as winter elves, and for whatever reason they kind of popped up doing I go with the obsidian. I might still do the do the obsidian stuff there too. Landrest, unfortunately, those are not in the room here. However, there's one that is snapped off its base. So imagine about 50 various types looking kind of like this. Actually, this is you saw these on a couple of the tutorial videos, Landrast. So yeah, this is what they were like, some Eldar ships there. Unfortunately, it's the only one that I have that's sitting in here. So there is a BFG ship. That is one of them right there. All right, and that's is it? It's not RPG night. Is it just hobby night there, Landrast? All right, let me get some of my indigo here and some of this gray over here. Well, I was trying to figure out recoil. Okay, what's the reason behind that? Why would they be wintry? Because you never see, basically, well, in all the Lord of the Rings movie, all you ever see is that, they're trying to do the passive Carahadress or whatever, and you see the snow there. So why would there be all this snow in Lothlorien? I mean, there is supposed to be winter. Granted, it never snows around here anymore. But it does snow somewheres in Middle Earth, of course. So tomorrow is D&D. Well, hopefully Hobby Night's been a blast so far. Actually, Landrast, did you get to see a movie last night? I was thinking that tonight was Thursday, since it's such a late start. You know what? They're on both sides. Okay. It's like, wait a minute. What are these doing over here? And they're on both sides. You know what? The heck with it. We'll just go right over the top of that. Yeah, I think Landrast, do you expect that movie night is going to be a little sparse just this whole year? Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of stuff that's going to be coming out at all this year. Something tells me that there's going to be more hobby nights, or more just Landrast working on movement tray nights on Thursdays there. Yeah, more of the indigo and our fabulous new radiant indigo. Oh yeah, Rico, that's another new one. It's not actually called radiant indigo, but it's sort of like if there was such a thing as a radiant color that was kind of along the indigo lines, this would be it. So that one's been really enjoying that one for sure. Just gonna chuck all this in here, and then we're just gonna do some pin line wash stuff. This is delicate brushwork right here. Look at this. I mean, you don't see this on any old channel right here. Look at that. That's high precision brushwork right there. Where do you see that? Nowhere. Hey Sublime, how you doing? Happy Friday. Well, it's still Friday. It's a happy Saturday there for Recoil and Recoil's mom. So happy Saturday to you both. Let's put it this way: I haven't even looked to see what's going on with footy preseason or anything like that. I think it is still preseason. I don't think the season begins till maybe next week or the week after. I could be wrong. It might have already started. Let's just say that there's been one or two things going on here. Well, Sublime, since the oils, since they are always going to be wet here during the process, even here you can see that this is actually, it's kind of blending with some of the brown that went in there. So now I'm getting almost a little bit of the cheaty reflections from that onto this. And if you're, where's our kitties? So you can go back and watch some of the kitties that we painted. The object source lighting, and again, kind of the same stuff that we're doing here. It took all of about 15 minutes to establish the object source lighting on something like this, and then not that many hours to finish the whole thing. And again, we did the same thing on this Dark Queen Schmaladriel here, doing the dry brushy stuff. Then we did some glazing things here. Well, Sublime, that's the fantastic thing about the oils. Hashtag no layers. You do not have to deal with all that very laborious, oh, we're going to do a layer, now another layer, 10,000 layers later you got half the miniature painted. We don't have to do that here with the oil paints. And the other thing is we can work on a bunch of things all at the same time because, well, stuff's not just going to sit there and dry. It will set, which is helpful, but it's not going to just dry on us. Yeah, recoil. I'll just after the stream here, I'll have to go on to AFL and see if footy season has started and see if half the Western Bulldogs starting lineup is injured already. Because I mean, it is only if it's only the first game, I would only expect half the team to be out for the rest of the season by the first game, because that's kind of how those things roll. And even well, with something like this, it was the same process. All of our Tomb King stuff, very much the same. It was primed the exact same dark brown as this. And we got our object source lighting in there, our mummified horses. Oh, speaking of which, I have more of the chariot stuff printing out now. That's another reason why the stream was a little bit later. I had to make sure that print was underway. And of course, it's the same stuff that we did on this. This is from One-Page Rules right here. Their high, no, that's their War Sphinx, not the Hyro. Is it the Hyro, or is it? I think it is the Hyro Sphinx. No problem there, Sublime. No problem. And again, we're just gonna start to slap in some lighter stuff here. We'll just do that, and then we'll start to do some of our glazy stuff into here. So again, just light touch on the brush, right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Thank you so much, Sublime, because we could use a little bit of medicine right now, so thank you so much. Appreciate that. So round one does start today. I'm guessing that it's probably, let's see, for opening round, I don't know, maybe it's Geelong and Collingwood, or could it be, I guess it could be the D's. It could be maybe the D's and GSW or something like that. Trying to think. Oh, and actually, when is Anzac Day this year, Recoil? I always get that wrong. Every single year I get Anzac Day wrong. And of course, I always have to apologize for getting Anzac Day wrong. Advance Australia Fair, of course. Yeah, it's well, I think they've kind of adopted the Thursday night football stuff that we do here, and that has migrated down south. Let's see. So Sublime, it starts out like this. Also, too, even when with the acrylic stuff, it starts out the same way. Well, actually, speaking of stickers, things must be messy before they can be neat. That is Book of Wapple right there. And of course, That was done by Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf is going to have a whole bunch of those at Adepticon. We're also going to have those special, very limited brushes that Lethal Shadows made for us. Again, Lethal Shadows can't be there because he's got multiple conventions this month. So he made just a couple of special brushes that I could take there to Adepticon. And there you go. There you go. Head over to the Armored Wolf Etsy page, get some stickers there. Also, get lots of dice bags because, as we know, Armored Wolf is legally contracted to never sleep again. Also, too, he's you can't have a mechanical arm while you still have two functioning arms. So if we get Armored Wolf to do enough dice bags, the regular arm will fall off, can be replaced by a much more efficient and long-lasting titanium arm. Hey there, Uber Yeti, how you doing? Great to see you again. You know what? It's right down here, so we want to... So 20 minutes ago, this. So there you go. That's a quick 20 minutes right there. As like the angel says, don't blink. Hey there, Legion of Grey, how you doing? Everybody please give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow if you could. So Legion of Grey, I hope that you're doing really well. Hopefully Adepticon prep also is going along nicely for you too. And again, these two miniatures, what was it, 3 hours, a little over 3 hours? These two went start to finish, freehand, everything, all of that. That was about 3 hours and 15 minutes for those two. Since it happened on stream, you can subtract some more of that because reasons. So yes, that was all kinds of fun last night. Getting into those. Here we go. Yeah, let's just, what the heck. I'm going to smoke this here, and let's get some of that over here, some of that over here. Yeah, let's hit that too. I think I'll do the same glowing eyes on the kitty here. So, Legion of Grey, you want to share anything in the chat there? And, well, same thing there, Uber Yeti. You want to share anything in the chat? Please go right on ahead. Ryan, actually, Ryan, if you wanted to share some of your oil-painted stuff there, we got bodies in the chat, so if you wanted to share that too, please go ahead. So recall I had a blast doing all of the snow effects on all of our little elves. Those were a blast. Now again, we've got the chariots that we've been painting from Highland Miniatures, right? We did 3 of these guys. I've got 3 of the Titan Forge, plus the War Sphinx, plus some individual heroes on some sort of spectral steeds. We'll just say that. Oh, and again, I think I'm going to go with the glowing red stuff here. Just reasons. Literally just reasons. Alright, we'll set those dry brushes aside. I'm just going to grab maybe something along the lines of this guy here, something. Now let's try this one. Let's try this. Let's fire up some indigo, maybe some Mars Black. Oh, there you are. Our little dropper bottle of thinner right here. So everybody please check out a little bit of Song of Ice and Fire, Gregor Clegane, The Mountain. Check that out. And everybody again, please give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow there. So Legion of Grey, I still have to get those Brigands prepped and ready to go. Now, again, what's this going to be? Touch it and leave it go. Just touch it. Let it go where it's going to go. And we'll be doing that all across this baby here. Because, again, this is actual capillary action. There is one thing that does the capillary action of oils. That would be oil paints. Acrylics do not do that because water and hydrodynamics, there's this little minor detail called physics that gets in the way. Oils do what oils do. Acrylics do what acrylics do. That's all good. Might as well use the things that do the thing the best, right? We like the alternate spelling of that, don't we, Landrest? Yes, indeed. We like the alternate spelling to that. Again, not quite sure why something like that, but well, again, it's not like that stuff hasn't been around before, right? We use the green stuff world. So where? Oh boy, actually, it might be down here. Oh yeah, it's this stuff. And the liquid pigments that actually did work kind of nice. They were fairly neat. I kind of like those. Actually, there was a few colors that I used up. We did use a bunch of those on some of our tutorial videos, actually. So yeah, it's not like we haven't used those. Now we'll just again keep doing our little. As you can see, that's just going to keep on flowing. I don't have to do anything with it. Again, acrylics, don't do that because it's not what they do. And that's not a good or bad thing. It's just a thing. That's all it is. Best to do the thing that works best for the thing. That makes total sense. Well, at least to me, it does. So very, very quick, right? Getting this in here. We'll get some of our. Oh, nah. Maybe I might just actually go ahead and play around with some of the little combo of our cobalt teal and indanthrene blue. Again, all we're going to do here is just tap and tap. Now, Rico, I hope that the Rugby Sevens are going to be very fun. So it is the 25th of April. Okay. For some reason, Rico, I keep thinking that it's early in April or mid-April. For some reason, I keep thinking it's maybe somewhere around April 12th or something like that. I just don't know why. So I apologize to all of our Australian friends. Let's see. More of our dark here again. I used to know every word to the Australian national anthem. It's been a little while though since it's run through my head, so I would have to I would have to kind of run it through my brain first before I could try and repeat the words to it now. Here, let's do. I do know that there is golden soil and wealth for toil, and your home is girt by sea. And of course, Advance Australia Fair. Now, again, see, look, it's still flowing. It will go the other way too. Oh, look, it's even flowing into here because that's what it does. That's the power of it. But Legion of Grey, oh, actually, Legion of Grey, are you streaming tonight? Or did you already stream? Again, everybody, please give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. Now we'll hit this guy here so you can see we're getting some of those darks in place. Then after that, we're going to kind of start messing around with our water stuff here. Oh, and the roots here. I'm going to try and hit those with some kind of greenery or something like that as well. Yeah, I think that would be very fun. Ooh, here, let me do that again. Now, we're not brushing this stuff on, are we? We literally just touch the brush to it and we stop fooling around with it. Touch the brush to it. That's it, baby, nothing else. This looks super wet and everything. Well, yeah, it always does. Guarantee it about 15 minutes. It almost looks like it's dry. Won't be dry, but it'll look like it. So again, all that stuff that looks so wet there. Let's see, we're at 29 minutes in, so sure, well, an hour from now, it would most definitely look like it was dry. rest assured it would not be dry. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to the spouse there, Legion of Grey. Hopefully all the birthday plans went off as planned. Now that is so recoil. I'm gonna there's a twisted part of me that's just gonna have to Google that. The problem is I may not be able to unhear that, right? Recoil. I'm gonna literally be sitting there watching the what is it? It's usually is it Essington and Collingwood that play the Anzac Day Derby at the MCG? I think it's I know it's Collingwood is one of the. Yeah, I think it's actually the, or is it Essington? Is it Essington Bombers? So see you later there, Legion of Grey Plastic. See, that's how long it's been since I've actually seen the Anzac Day game, that I'm suddenly having all kinds of brain freeze as to who it is that's playing Collingwood traditionally every year, and I think it is Essington. I don't know why I thought for some reason it was Melbourne. I think we're just about good with this. All right, let's start hitting this. No. You know, I was thinking that I would do the glazy stuff on the vines, but we best be not be a hasty little hobbit right there. Let's not be a hasty little hobbit. Let's wait on that a bit here. Prussian blue. There's that Danthrin blue is still it's still going strong there. Now a little bit of our boy, that cobalt teal blue. That is a powerful color for sure. Shove that stuff down in here. It would be fun to be able to do a little bit of our heavy gloss gel and screw around with this, but yeah, not really going to be able to do that here. That's definitely a little bit of a different color from our stone. It's going to shove all this stuff in there, not worried about the leaves or anything. We'll hit the green over that later. So it is Pies versus Bombers, okay. So thanks, Recoil. Let's put it this way, the memory has just been kind of fading here, especially the last 2 weeks or so. So yeah, I'll kind of fill you in on the goings on as best as I can here after the stream. Does that pretty much have it all filled in there? I do think so. Yep. I believe we're good to go. Now the red glow, I'm going to put again the red there and some of the red in the eyes. That should be kind of interesting. I'll have to, I don't know, maybe I'll just stick with the Naphtol Crimson and not bother fooling around with the Fluoro. Okay, we got that in there. Let me see if we can get our A paper towel here. All right. This cobalt. Oh, I mixed the cobalt teal with the fluorescent green, and holy smokes, that was really atomic. Thank you so much, Moonlight Minis. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Moonlight Minis a follow. Of course, Moonlight Minis, if you would like to share, you want to share your links to all your fabulous stuff there, your moonlightminis.com. Again, Moonlight Minis, tons of fantastic sculpts, all kinds of amazing sculpts. You can download the STL files from the My Mini Factory, or you can have them printed for you by Moonlight Minis. So either way, get yourself some Moonlight Minis. And there it is, moonlightminis.com. So Moonlight Minis, I hope that everything's been going okay for you there. Nothing unusual to have to deal with, just the usual chaos of regular life events. Yeah, we'll come into this more. We'll probably be using our radiant green in that as well. I don't think there's none of that over there either. Okay. Now we gotta let that just set there. So let's start to mess around with some other stuff here. So again, everybody please give Moonlight Minis a follow if you could. Either that or do we go more with the Van Dyke Brown here? Well, I don't know. Let's try some Van Dyke Brown and maybe some of the little bit of our Perline Black in there. That's not a black. That is just a very dark green. So we're just going to, it's again a little bit more of the dry brushy stuff again here. Now Moonlight Minis, well hopefully all the goblins, hopefully the I know that again that was a very different type of thing to be sculpting. I know that you've been doing lots and lots of it, so hopefully that continues to go well. Let's keep going with that. That's very much an olive green color right there, that's for sure. Do this here now. Ah, that's fantastic. Well, Moonlight Minis, yeah, I can't wait to see those and what they looked like. And I know we were talking about that sort of balance of a little bit of sinister, a little bit of humor, a little bit of this and that. So hopefully balancing all those different aspects was very fun. Did that? Okay, no, that's just the. And I didn't put these together, so I'm just only really just now seeing what these things actually looked like. It's very much like our kitties, right? All of the kitties that we did with all the. I didn't even know that these were not just. It wasn't like they were just larger versions of the kitties. They are actually kind of different. So you can see here, even there, that's almost kind of looks almost like it's dry there where we did do some of our glazy stuff. Now here I'm just going to actually take some of this green here, and I'm just going to take some of that and push that around here on her stone, because well, I'm not going to be able to put some greenery on here as in flock or whatever. That's what I would do, but this is going to get some very, very rough handling, because again, this is Adepticon terrain. This is not my terrain. So it's going to get bounced around and everything else, and we have to make it as bomb-proof as possible, basically. Well, Moonlight Maze, I'm glad that you were able to have fun in the end, of course. Might be some interesting things that you'll be able to try and incorporate on other subsequent sculpts or lines of figures. What do we got here? Let's do a little bit of this now. Over here. Some over there. And just, again, doing some of that dry brush type stuff here. Just letting that get pushed down into those crevices. Of course, when in doubt, make things darker, right? Again, Moonlight Minis, we were able to finally get Dark Queen Schmeladriel painted, so at least now, when people are wondering, well, okay, what's the deal with winter elves in Lord of the Rings? Well, we can say, it's all Galadriel's fault. It's all Galadriel's fault. She took the ring, and, well, hilarity ensued. Okay, I'm going to have to get me some more of that orange out here. And again, this is the fast matte stuff here. So this is the Nephthol Scarlet there. It's really not quite a cadmium scarlet. It's kind of in the neighborhood. It might be a little deeper, a little darker than that. Thanks, Moonlight Minis. We also did another one of these at the same time, so we've got ourselves a decent beginning to the Galadrim there. Now, I did not have a chance to look at the. Oh boy, I'm gonna actually have to get me some more of this here out too. All right, fine. Nah, maybe I'll just stick with Indian yellow. More Indian yellow. Come on. And we'll just we're gonna just get this party rolling here. Just throw some of this in there. I think I'm gonna actually almost go more of a pin line wash approach here, because remember, you can thin the oils, you can't dilute them. Now, of course, the more opaque it is, the more of the thinner you are going to need. Might just do something like this. We'll just do the Nephthol Scarlet instead of trying to get all the stuff in there. Yeah, we'll just do this instead. So we just did another counter pin line wash right there. Again, even this is only semi-opaque. This is not actually opaque stuff. Now this is this is what makes me think of the cadmium scarlet, because this is something that the cadmium scarlet could actually do. And that looks fairly intense, right, as far as our orange goes. Now I am going to keep it pointed this way, because if I tip it forward like this, that's gonna come rolling out of there, because it'll do that. It'll definitely do that. Do I want to get any of the... No, I don't think we'll fool around with the orange over there. I don't think we'll do that. Now I'm gonna maybe start playing around with some lighter stuff for the rocks. Let me see what happens with that. Can I get me some of my yellow back over here? Oh, there we go. How's about some of the radiant violet? That should be interesting. So I just want to keep it positioned this way for a while, because wait for that to set. No reason to rush. Again, we're what, 43 minutes in. That is it. All of 43 minutes so far. And it's a good thing, because we have a bunch of these that we gotta paint. There's at least, that I know of, 5 more of these. There could be 7 more. I think it's 5. Again, I'm not just... Well, no, it might just be 7. I think I primed at least 3 of these today. Also some of the tree stands. I don't think I'll be painting those on stream. I might actually just try to hammer through some of those tomorrow before the stream. Actually, tomorrow on stream, I think what I'll actually be painting is some mantic figures. They are, well, they're Empire of Dust mantic figures. So they will not be 3D printed Shmoom Kings or anything like that. They will certainly have quite the Egyptian theme. There will be some object source lighting at least on 1 or 2 of them. So I think that is what's on the menu for tomorrow. There we go. Even with this, again, this is one of the brushes we're going to have at Adepticon. We got, I think, 12 of these. And I think we have 3 dozen of the caress the brushes. And we got 3 dozen of those. And then some of the, I think it's the 00, the actual brush thing, which I think that might be what this is. This might be a 00. Could be wrong. Not sure. Let me see. Let me. I'm just getting back to my reference here. 1 second, real quick. There we go. Just trying to figure out what some of this stuff is supposed to be here. Kind of waiting for this. So there's a couple here. Some of these were pretty stable enough to where I could kind of turn it the other way. But there's about 3 or 4 of them that I'm looking at them going, I think I want to wait just a bit there. Again, big old gap over here, mold lines and stuff. That's, again, I didn't put these together. So we're just going to roll with what we got here. Now the areas where some of our blues sort of went over. Now you know why I was kind of doing that little bit of a greenish, sort of a dry brush into the shadows. That sort of compensates for a little bit of the green stuff that kind of leached over the edge there when I was doing that dry brush. Same over here. Using this like a tiny little dry brush. Some of this over here, over here. Okay. This way. Still tempted to start fooling around over there, but I really do want these areas to be a bit more set before I do something like that. Do I maybe start to fool around with some here, we'll just take some of that light gray and mix that in with our very dirty green color there. And there's just a couple places on these vines or roots or whatever these are. Certainly not too much. I think that there's this over here, but that might be more of our radiant green there. Something a little lighter for that, because it is some kind of other viney foliage type stuff looking at the reference photo. So now what I'm gonna do here, indigo, some of that Mars black together, and maybe really get in here with some of the deepest dark, something like that. Over here, sure. There. And then we need to get some of that over here on this stuff. But make sure, gotta make sure that's not too much of a, not too much liquid in that brush, because otherwise, holy smokes, that'll just blend right in with that pinline wash thing we just did there. That would not be super. Don't want that. I do want to have me a blending brush. Maybe this will do it right over here. Alright, so we see we got this thing here. Look at that. Here's the same deal. Hashtag no layers. That's again, that's kind of your acrylic approach there for obvious reasons. Here, you don't have to do that. So we don't do the layers with the oils. A whole bunch of different reasons. Hey Valfira, how you doing? So this is just another one of the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain pieces. So Valfira, hopefully you were able to negotiate the hazardous materials there and have a delicious meal without any injuries. I'm telling you, it's not just mustard containers. It's kind of any container that you have to shake like that. I just keep getting very leery of those. No, right, sister. I mean, it is. I know, I see it a lot, but boy, oh boy, it is so critical on so many different levels. Because if you got all those layers, well, first of all, it's just gonna be a pain to deal with. Because it's gonna be difficult to apply more paint on top of that. It's just gonna be that way. And then it's gonna take a wee while for that to dry. Because you have now use the steam shovel approach in the application of the oils, which is not as good of an idea as some might think it is. So glad you were able to survive that, Valfira. And of course, Valfira, I don't know if you had a chance to see the conclusion of Dark Queen Shmaladra with a fair amount. I was taking the fluorescent green, adding that to the cobalt teal. Holy smokes. I think I might. Oh, that's where I got to use that. I got to use that on the on those howling banshees. Maybe on the crystals. Maybe not on the banshees themselves, but at least on the crystals. So yeah, those. Oh my gosh, that was. Wow, it was really atomic, Velfira. It was jumping off of that miniature for sure. And of course, that Valfira, this has just been the dark brown primer, like usual. I got a reference in the corner there that shows what this is gonna be like. So let me see. 52 minutes ago, that's what we had. What we have now is something more like this right here. Hey there, Aura. Nice to see you again. Jeez, Aura, it's been a while. So, Aura, I hope that everything's been going well there. Gee whiz. Again, great to see you. I really do hope that things have been going well. I know that the streams have been kind of, well, not such a big deal for you there. But I realize that the streams have been starting later. All right, sister, if you wanted to share anything in the chat. Also, same thing, Valfira. If you wanted to share the dragon or the big hand or anything, please go ahead. Same thing, Ryan. Wasn't sure if you had a chance to post any of your oil painted miniatures there in the chat. So that's that dark brown primer there, Valfira, just like what you saw. So I just held up the basically exactly what this thing looked like. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Nice to see you again, as always. Now, here we go. So, basically just the black primer and the terracotta, both the Steino Res primers there, and then just doing a whole bunch of dry brushy stuff over the top. So, Grand Oracle, I think you got a chance to see the fluorescent green and the radiant. I keep wanting to call it radiant turquoise, but the what was that? Our cobalt teal bluish. There's my. Sorry, just gotta get a little something here. Trying to get that wiped off a little. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Ryan just posted. All right, let me see if we can get some of our lighter stuff here on the water now that that's had a chance to set. There we go. And we'll go lighter than that too. We will go lighter than that as well. And of course, we're going to do the glowing, just like we're kind of doing over here. So everybody, please check out Ryan's Insta link. There it is. Yeah, it is an Instagram link. I guess now I'll really know the Instagram links from the Discord links, because the Discord links are a mile long, and the Insta links are nice and short. Oh yeah, we got these little lily pads or leaves or whatever down there. Get some of this up here. Again, we'll just, there's any kind of rough edges there, all I have to do is just grab a blending brush and hit it that way. I am going to try and do a little bit of my lighter turquoise in here too, just to have a little something reflected down there, like so. Yeah, look at this. Again, you would not, you wouldn't expect this many features just in one brush. You have your splayed bristles over there. You've got your texture paste and glue and dried paint all over the ferrule right here. Now, for a brush like that and that many features, you might expect to pay, I don't know, at least $150 or something like that. But we'll offer it to you for $75. Again, a brush with all those really unique and special features. Again, what would you pay for something like that? I think those are some premium features right there of this brush. Yeah, I think they're the only ones that would rival us for price, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they, Grand Oracle? A brush that can do less, why not pay more? Because it makes total sense, right, Grand Oracle? What do we got going over here? More of our... Yeah, what the... Let me just make sure nothing... Okay, nothing weird going on over there, and... Okay, that is not the one that's marked, so I know which one this is now. I might just keep going here with our Radiant Indigo and not even bother putting more of my Fast Matte White out here just yet. Let me see if I can roll with this stuff for a little while here. All right. So Grand Oracle, I definitely have to. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna get me a little more of the Radiant Green. Oh, let's see. What's today? Is this Friday, Saturday? I don't know if I'll be able to film something on Sunday with the new algae. That's something I might target. I was also hoping to do another. The final Hobbit episode on Sunday, so we could get. Is that series 39 or is that series 4? I don't remember which series that is actually. Yeah, that's so funny, Grand Oracle. I've never actually used one of those. I know that Kathy briefly had one, and she would use it, but then she just was shaking them by hand. I know there's some folks that they're on stream, right, and all of a sudden you hear some kind of really weird sound, and they say, "Oh, that's my vortex mixer." It certainly has a curious sound when you're not looking for the sound like that. You say, "What in the world is that sound there?" Get some more of our light there, and this is again not the lightest light. We can go lighter than this. See, I've never actually used a paint mixer other than just, well, my arm shaking the stuff. I think many years ago, I think our very first Adepticon, when they used to have the old Rogue Demon, we always loved that because, well, the prize support was prize support. It was stuff donated by different miniature companies that were there at Adepticon. So that meant paints and all kinds of fun stuff. That's where I got introduced to epoxy sculpt. Was because of that. I still actually have at least one of those containers of epoxy sculpt from 2007. Again, it happens pretty darn quick with the oils here. So again, don't blink. Don't blink. You're going to miss something. So says the angel. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. I'll just stick my hand right there because I haven't done any of the final stuff either right there. Landrast, it'll be there. It will be there, that's for sure. It might come up once or twice in Fort Wapple, I think, over the course of the weekend, Landrast. Something tells me that it might just come up once or twice. And if somebody has it, then they can show us in Fort Wapple. And maybe we do a little side by side. Wouldn't that be fascinating? It's pretty wild, right, Grander? Well, that works well. Like my waterfall stuff. Now I don't know if you can see it on the Faramir dio here. I wish I had that other one. Where's my there's my Faramir dio. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. So you can see the waterfall going down in a couple of places there. What was the other one? Oh yeah, that was the what was that one? Oh, it was the I think it was actually a clay cyanide piece, maybe. I No, I didn't paint that on stream. I think that was one that I painted as a tutorial series. Yeah, it was. As a tutorial series on the Patreon page. Oh, yeah. Speaking of reflected light, let's also get some of that down here on the kitty. Not too much of it. Again, that's why it's called reflected light and not cast light. Get some of that down here. Fine, I'll just use this just to blend in some of that. Still have plenty of our indigo here to access. Let's grab a little bit of this. Knock that back down again. Alright, I don't think I'm going to reflect any of that that far, but maybe a little something over here, a little something over here, and a little something right back there. So again, I hope that everybody is not looking too frantic there for Adepticon and getting all their stuff done. I'm sure that's probably the case, though. Let me see if I can go a little lighter with that here, too. Yeah. And a bit more there. And actually, there was a bust. That's what it was. There was a bust that I wanted to try and do, and use the. Is that the Galkid medium? Yeah, the Galkid medium. On that, see how that goes. So there would be a. I think this one, well, it might even have some object source lighting on it. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how that is going to work out. Again, can still go lighter with this. Now, the other thing you could do with something like this is to over the top of this, use our heavy gloss gel. And the idea would be, even if it had a little bit of a tint to it or something like that, it would set this stuff back just enough, like a fraction of an inch, or even just a fraction of a millimeter, really. And that would sort of give it this, it would give it an artificial look of translucency. That is something, there's a figure that I've got saved for just that sort of thing, because the water is all sculpted like this. So we can't just do it only with water effects. So we have to combine the painting of it and the addition of the water effects after the fact to try and create that illusion or delusion of water. More of our light down there, and then can still get even lighter as we get down here to where the splash happens. We'll get to our little leaves there. That's also letting some of this stuff set. See that? All right, it's doesn't quite look so wet anymore. Right, not looking so wet. Let me look at, yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of the light on this too. Here. Maybe a bit more on this as well. Probably still come back and do some of our indigo, darker indigo stuff on this as well. Nah, grab my blending brush and take some of that away. Reasons. Starting to, get that light coming down this way. Let me take a blending brush to some of this stuff here. Before that gets a little too out of control. I do believe we see one of our fellow oil painters has joined us. That is Painting Badly, or more specifically, I'm Painting Badly. Thank you so much for joining us, Celestial Dark. Thank you so much for the raid. So Painting Badly, that was a really nifty looking kind of a Japanese style garden that you did there. We like our little hobbits here. Not super sold on this fountain idea because kind of looking a little bit sinister to me, I gotta admit. No, dude, that's just a pipeweed. Yeah, I'm not really a big evil kitty standing here that's spitting out water. Like, maybe I really do need to rethink this whole pipeweed thing. So thank you so much, Paperclip Cookies. Appreciate that. So I wish Candy, nice to see it too. So it was Monet's garden. So of course, Painting Badly. If you want to share any links to stuff that you were doing in the chat, please go on ahead. We have been painting a ton of Marvel Crisis Protocol. As big as this terrain piece is, look, see here. So we've done 2 of these big kitties and a bunch of the smaller kitties. Actually, let me see if I can there's one of the small kitties. There. So again, we've got a ton of this stuff to do. We're trying to help out Adepticon so that they have all of their terrain. Oh, by the way, these glowing eyes here will be on that kitty over there too. So again, lots and lots of kitties here. Our stream last night was focused very heavily on some more of our Lord of the Rings stuff. There's Dark Queen Galadriel, and we also did another one of our Galadrim. So here using the teal color, and of course same oil paints. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Painting Badly just posted. Now Painting Badly, I think you had a chance to see some of our Bretonian stuff, right? Where we're using the same teal we were just using here on the water. We did all of this, lots of fun color transitions here. Monet's garden kind of reminded me of this. A lot of some of the same colors in your Monet's garden is on here. Again, we have some fun little basing bits there, some foxes and some bunnies, actually 4 bunnies. Those were 3D printed from Make It Epic. We've also done a whole bunch of Tomb King stuff. Lots and lots of Tomb King. So some of it also has the glowy things going on. 3D printed horses from Titan Forge, and then the old, as in very, very old, metal Cetra figure. Thanks, Celestial. Appreciate that. Here's some more of our. These, we did a bunch of these from Highland Miniatures. So some Tomb King chariots, and of course, where's our, here's one of our first Bretonian Pegasus Knights right there, and we'll be doing some more of them. Hey there, Anthem, thank you so much for that follow. Of course, Gandalf appreciates that. He says, well, you look a little bit different than the other guy. You smell a little bit better, too. He's like, well, you know how it goes. Always follow your nose. So thank you so much, Anthem. Appreciate that. Russian Blue Art, how the heck are you doing? So, yeah, Russian Blue, there was 4 little bunnies and also some foxes on there. Well, a fox, anyway. There was a fox, and again, those are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. Again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Painting Badly just posted. So Painting Badly, I know the last week or so I've seen you. I think you were playing BG3, right, the other day? I think a little bit of Baldur's Gate going on there. Let me get a little bit of my yellow into this green here. Actually, some of our Radiant Green's still a little bit active from last night. We're just going to chuck that in there. Of course, this is all oil paint. It's all oil paint. All wet into wet. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago. This was just primer. There were no water effects. There was, well, a whole lot of nothing. We can show you. So 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 5 seconds ago, that's what it looked like. This is what it looks like now. Again, it happens very quickly. Do not blink. Oh, yeah, here's some more of the... we did, 9 of these guys from Titan Forge. Again, various types of Ushabti. There was the kitty. Of course, there was the croc. And, of course, the Anubis. I still have to get... Is it the bow Anubis? Yeah. I still have to print out the Anubis with the bow yet. But, again, we did a whole bunch of those on stream. Painting Badly, I'm glad that you've been able to play that and have some fun. Here, let's fire up a little bit of our lighter green down here right now. That we'll use the blending brush to mix some of that and probably hit a couple of darks in there. Probably via a little bit of our pin line wash or something like that, because we can do that. A little more here, yeah. I think, Painting Badly, I think the last of our 2D paintings, oh geez, let me get these out of the way here, 1 second, was, well, here's I'm not sure which of these that you saw. There was our Minas Tirith, there was Galadriel at sunrise, there was Galadriel by moonlight. Oh, and then there was, I think, this was our last 2D art piece here. A little bit of a royal portrait there, Theoden and Snowmane. Oh, and then we also did Balrog versus Gandalf, because reasons. That was some of our latest 2D art stuff. So again, everybody please be like Grand Oracle. Check out the fabulous link that was just shared. And please also give Painting Badly a follow. Now, Painting Badly, will be doing some more streams over the weekend. Thanks, Painting Badly. Appreciate that. That's typically what I try to do on Thursdays. Now, with all the Adepticon crunch and everything else, it's pretty much... it's mostly just the Adepticon terrain. If I didn't have to paint this for him, things would have been a whole lot easier, actually. I may just try over this weekend, especially to really slam through some of the other pieces that probably won't be done on stream to maybe get that under control a little bit more. But yeah, there was so much of it. I mean, there's literally dozens of terrain pieces to paint. So next painting stream will be on Monday, so some more BG3 then coming up. So again, everybody please get Painting Badly a follow if you could. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of our... Yeah, a couple of highlights over here too. This is supposed to be sort of your... oh, what is that? Not your obsidian type stone, so kind of a little bit of a shiny thing going on there. So most likely tomorrow. Okay. I might see if I can get some of the what are those? The vibranium transporter vehicles or something like that. If I can get those to a certain stage, then maybe we even try to do some of those on stream. Not sure. Also, I do want to remember to get the before I do too many other things. Here is the orange here for the cats. We gotta do the glowing eyes on the kitties there. Boom here. Can't just catch a little bit of light there. We did our usual thing, right, where we did our dry brushy type stuff. Then did a little bit of the pin line wash in the crevices there. See if I can get it a little touch of our light on the side of that, not there. Typical brands here, that kind of the big three: Gamlin, Winsor Newton, and Williamsburg. We have started to introduce more of the Richardson colors, which sort of I don't want to say a poor man's Williamsburg, but it's supposed to be definitely supposed to be less expensive. So we've been introducing a few more of these here. And oh yeah, that's right. That was. Let me see if I can grab this thing here. So this we used that Puro Orange on a recent video here of that bust. That was pretty fun. Here, let me put that over here. It's not going to fall on the floor. Anything as a... Nah. Let's just get back over here. Throw some of that light over here on this blue. Yeah, blue-ish stone. It's the same thing we've been doing on all the kitties. See, I think it's 6 of the little guys, 2 of the big kitties. And yeah, let me see if I can get a little bit more of this. Again, we call it radiant indigo. It is not actually indigo, but it just kind of looks that way. It sort of behaves like our Gamblin radiant colors. And it definitely has an indigo vibe to it, for sure. Yeah, I think I need a little more of a edge on some of this stuff here. Let's just do that. I'm not going to do anything here because I might be sticking... No, I don't think I will actually be putting my hand on it. So it might just be okay to go ahead and do that. So again, 1 hour and 19 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It was just primer, that's all. Just using that same lighter. This is from Richardson. I think one of the differences from their stuff to some of the other things that I typically use is I would say they've got either a little more linseed oil, a little more safflower oil, or both in their paints by comparison. Now let me get into just over here, just a little something for the eyes. I just want to pop that in there real quick. We'll also let that set. Mess around with it later. I am going to take some of this. See if we can get some of our latest stone color here. Yeah, I think we did some of that on the other side. We're going to do some more of that here now. And even with our liner brush here, I can still sort of, I can use it as a larger brush if I go on the side here, because that's about almost 3/8 of an inch long on those bristles there, which means I could have it be a little, like this, or, I can just go honk like that. See that big old hunk of paint down there? Let me see if I can grab me a blending brush just to do that. And I could even use it almost a bit like a dry brusher. So again, these are very, very flexible for something that only costs, right now I think they're about $5.05 or something on Dick Blick. I just got another big batch of them just so that I have them for Adepticon. Yeah, let's get some more of our light on these rocks. Remember, that's where I kind of did some of the dry brushing of that darker green. I let that set because remember, that was a lot of this was there was a lot of liquid and moisture there. But now you can see how that some of that blue that leached into this is settled in and almost again become like either a patina or maybe some kind of mossy staining on these rocks. Well, Aura, I'm glad that you're having some success though, because who knows, maybe that eventually happens with the vehicles. There becomes maybe just the right vehicle, where all of a sudden everything translates to doing the inorganic surface like you're saying there. Where did that? Oh, there it is. Of course, Aura, I know sometimes maybe it's a little bit easier to think of the skin in terms of lots of different colors, right? Whereas maybe the mechanical stuff, the brain just kind of wants to have more of an mechanical approach to that. But maybe there just comes a point where you're able to. Sometimes it's just one miniature, right, Grand Oracle? And for Doji, I know that was definitely the case. I think I don't know if Ryan, if it was the same thing for you. I'm pretty sure for Grundy, it was the same way. There was just a miniature where things just kind of clicked, and from there, it just got a whole bunch easier. Now again, that happens really quickly, right? It's just literally a few minutes of adding some of this lighter stuff. But again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. That is also in the Book of Wapol. Here, let's see if we can find the appropriate sticker for that. Well, also, too, think less, do more. Because most people will tend to overthink and then end up just being completely frozen into inaction. So, color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. That's really easy to follow here, right? Because again, the blue sort of by its nature, the glazes that we did and the dry brushy stuff kind of worked its way out onto the darker brown or the warmer brown surface here of the stones. Again, it does not take much. Right? I might go one step lighter on the stone. I don't know. Probably not. So yeah, Grand Orchid's You never quite know what that figure is going to be, where there's a bit of a breakthrough. We talked about them for 20 some odd years, the breakthrough miniatures, and this is not just oils, this is acrylics too. There would just be a miniature where something, for whatever reason, something clicked there and we were able to kind of do a leap forward. We'll do a film noir in a second. Well, it'd be interesting to see what this looks like. I'll bet you any money that the bluish stuff is not all that much darker, if at all, than all of our stone. That's my bet going in. The rock troll was kind of that figure for you there, Ryan. That's. I know you were really wanting to experiment with the zenithal priming there, Grand Oracle, and actually that was something. Remember, I used to do that in the very earliest days of the oils. Well, most kind of almost a holdover from the acrylics. So as we do our film noir, see that? Do these rocks really look all that lighter than the black? Right there. So it's almost more of a visual thing. You see that lighter brown, and your brain says, "Oh, that's lighter." Then you see the dark blue stone. You say, "Ah, well, that's darker." It's really value-wise not all that different. It's pretty crazy, right? It's the same idea as here. Whereas if I was to take my finger there and hide that, it just kind of looks like that's a little extra light or something for whatever reason. When I do this right here, it's a whole different. Even my finger, you can still see that there's source lighting there. And here again, the darker blue of the stone, not necessarily that much darker. That never gets old, does it, Valfira? And right, yeah, if you wanted to share your links again there to all your fabulous oil painted stuff, that'd be great. And of course, Valfair, again, if you didn't have a chance to share your dragon or anything like that, please go ahead and do that too. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I do want to experiment with some very, very, very light primer. The well, they are Elder Space Elves, the Howling Banshees. Their primer it's definitely lighter than a lot of the stuff we've been using recently. And it's kind of a lighter gray. Let me chuck a little more of this light up here now. Yeah, right up there. And it's always kind of shocking too, like was that the Fey Enchantress, where all of those different colors, you do the film noir, and all of a sudden, it seems like half or 60% of the shading just goes away. Because it's really not a value difference, it is just a color / temperature difference. And why is that? Well, that's because well, contrast is more than just light versus dark. Again, fabulous stickers by Armored Wolf. And there will be a bunch of those at Adepticon. I did, remember I was saying last night during the stream, I would just see if I could rush onto Sticker Mule. They're very simple. It's essentially, is this I don't think it's this particular one. No, I don't think it's this one. But I did do some stickers of Kathy and Jiro to actually, if I had been thinking more, clearly maybe I would have tried to do this one here because it has the birch tree too. But it doesn't matter because I would probably want to make more of those stickers anyway. So I think I'll just maybe take some more pictures of that and then Ooh, wait a minute. Let me move this here. So the seven deadly forms of contrast, right, Grand Oracle? And well, we have some edge contrast here too. There is some edge contrast sneaking in here too. And there will certainly be that more and more of that as we move along here. You know, I think I still need to get me some more of my fast matte white out here. So let's just get ourselves some of this out here. Probably could have used some more here. Let's do a little bit more there. Again, that is the fast matte white. That's from Gamblin. So you've got you have obviously temperature contrast, edge contrast, value contrast, your color contrast. Because color is one thing, temperature is another. There's also the intensity contrast, right, or saturation. Now, here's you can't really see it so much on screen, but now we're getting really the lightest of the light stuff here in the water. Because now we've got our fast matte white out here. Grand Oracle, I've got at least one other one. I did remember to get one of those. So I have at least one other fast matte white tube that is, shall we say, unhindered. Now I do actually have the quick dry white, which is kind of funny, right? That it's called quick dry white and it is so much slower drying than the alkyd stuff. However, I might be making use of the Galkids and or alkyd stuff from the walnut based one, just to make sure that we have things that are dry. The stuff that I know, if I'm doing any demos on Sunday or something, I think I won't be doing any oil demos necessarily on Sunday. I'll be mostly taking stuff down on Sunday. But the ones on Saturday will definitely have a healthy amount of the alkyds in them. So yeah, actually, Grand Oracle, I still have to get the darks around those, so they'll actually show up even more. Yeah, I was going to maybe hit some perline black or so around the outer portions of those. So they will definitely show up even more. Alrighty, here, let's get some of the splashy things down here with even a little bit more of the, again, this basically straight up fast matte white here. And we'll do some here. Like so. Hey, Thranual, nice to see ya. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday there. Sorry, I was just about to say happy Friday. We only got 20 minutes of Friday here, so soon it will be a happy Saturday everywhere. So Gore-Tex, most of the stuff that I paint here is 3D printed. A lot of that stuff that I've been showing, even here last night's stream, the figures we were painting, these were 3D printed from Dandelion and Middle Earth. So Gore-Tex, yeah, you want to cure that first. You definitely want to cure that first. And there's definitely been figures that I've had that I broke as I was trying to get them off of these supports. I have a whole kind of system for that. I've even done some videos for that on the Patreon page to try and prevent that kind of sad thing from happening. Of course, I use typically a different resin from what the average folk use. But you'll definitely want to cure that first and then get that glued on. Because otherwise it's going to be soft and smushy. Also, you're going to have to really handle it a lot to be able to glue the piece back on there. So might as well just cure it. That is why I actually started to do less and less of the taking things off of the supports, just in some cases curing them with the supports on, or at least partially removed. That's kind of what I've been doing lately, is partially removing the supports. Sometimes trying to do that the entire way still leads to some breakage, so I just, of course, too, with the resin that I use, you cannot use a wash and cure station, because if there's any moisture and you cure that miniature, it will, well, that's going to be the end of the miniature. That would be all of the Soraya simple resins. And that's something that I've been doing lately, is just, well, obviously I'm printing out a whole bunch of figures all at once. I mean, that build plate is almost entirely filled. Now, if I'm just doing infantry figs, there could be a dozen or more infantry figs, or maybe a dozen infantry figs, and then a whole bunch of shields and weapons and other stuff. A little more of the light on the kitty, also over here. Even on our kitties here, that is a 3D printed brazier right there. That is not part of the miniature. These are plastic terrain pieces from Marvel Crisis Protocol, but that is yeah, that is a 3D printed bit that's been added, just like all of our Bretonian stuff, our Tomb Kings. All right, so again, 3D printed from, in this case, Highland Miniatures. Oh, thanks, Cortec. Appreciate that. Now, where's on here, of course. Again, we have a whole series of 3D printed Galadriels, right, from RNS Studios. Dark Queen Schmaladriel, but again with 3D printed basing bits right there. And then, well, here's another one. This is from Torida Miniatures with more. I think there's 7 different 3D printed basing bits along with the miniature there. Oh my goodness, Valfira, please, no more new versions. Oh, hey, Grand Oracle. This was something that, well, I was gonna ask it of Lethal Shadows, but he's just so darn busy. So I think there is a new version of the it's either the slicer or there's a firmware update for the printer. And Grand Oracle, I'm wondering what either one of those, either a firmware update for the printer or just something, a little change in the slicer software, would that be enough to cause that bizarre Z-axis thing that's going on? Because I have had in the past weird things happen with printers when firmware was an issue. I'm just very loath that Lethal Shadows initial, because that was actually available a while ago. I want to say pretty much almost right after I first got the printer. And I didn't do it because Lethal Shadows said, well, maybe wait a while, just in case there was something iffy about that. So there was just a part of me that was wondering, I wonder if there's a firmware for the printer. That's something that's causing that craziness. Yeah, Valfira, they just, they keep inflicting those on us, don't they? Now we'll get me a little bit more of the, again, that lightest light down in here. Now I think, yeah, these have set enough where I can maybe take my Perline Black or something. Which I believe, yep, that is right over here. And that's going to go down in here. Maybe a little more thinner, not quite a pin line wash, but in the neighborhood, sort of 80% of the way there maybe. So yeah, I don't know, maybe amongst all the other things I'm doing tonight, I might just turn on the printer and see. I think I should be able to do that from the printer itself. What's weird, actually, Grand Oracle, have you noticed that sometimes the little screen just doesn't work? You can be tapping away at it and nothing happens. There was another thing, and I wasn't sure if you noticed this. This is something that's kind of been from the beginning. Is it will just the you kind of lose contact internet-wise with the printer, and it's only after the print is over and if the machine has been inactive for a while. It never happens while it's printing. It only happens when the printer's been inactive, like say overnight. Well, Valfera, I guess, because let's put it this way, it never detects those, ever. So I think, again, if I can, I will try to just turn it on and see if I can do that. My priority has kind of shifted back to the resin printing, mostly stuff for Adepticon, also for tutorial vids. I'm gonna head back over here to my Indigo / Mars Black because we need to spiffy up some of these lines here. Yeah, okay, so Grand Oracle, that was another weird, disturbing thing. I'm sitting there, I'm hammering away at it, and it's very inconvenient because when it does that, it's always when I want to control the temperature. I want to heat up the PLA. So here I am. I've got the spool in one hand, and I'm trying to put in a new spool there. I'm trying to heat up the PLA to get it to catch the next spool, and of course it won't do that, which means I have to run over to the computer, hit it to 220, and then run back to the printer, and then start trying to feed it back in there again. It's just it's always happened. It's like it knows, right, Valfera? If people thought these printers do not have a mind of their own, they've never done 3D printing, right, Valfera? Get some of this darker stuff here. We're going to take our blending brush to that as well. And you can see the difference over here from what we've been doing over here, but now we've got all the watery stuff in there. So, well, and I think it is a firmware thing, right, Grand Oracle? It's not the. I don't think it's the slicer. I think it's actually. I think it's a firmware update. So, like Grand Oracle says, it's the the Bamboo Carbon X1, which, while it is definitely faster, I mean, you'd say that for sure, right, Grand Oracle? It is hands down faster. It's just one of those things where, well, let's put it this way. Hank from Adepticon has 3 of those, plus I think 3 other bamboo printers, and he's had none of these problems with them. But I've seen, I've looked it up. There are definitely other people having some of these same errors that I'm having. Yeah, so it must be the firmware. Well, at this point, Grand Oracle, what could it hurt? The printer is unusable right now anyway, so I might as well just do it and see if it maybe fixes anything. My guess is no, but there have been other times where the firmware updates seem to maybe have actually made a difference on the plus side. Alright, I'm going to get down to there's some of my yellow, where's my fast mat? Wait, there's some. I'm just going to drop a thinner on that here. Okay, so we got some of that going now. A little bit of the Indian yellow too. Not going to bother putting out any of the floral orange just for this stuff. Let's get this into the eyes here a little bit lighter. Yeah, Valfira, Hank has, if it is a massive technological device that does things on an industrial level, like MDF stuff, or the thing that etches uh, bronze or metal or something like that, Hank is definitely going to have something like that. So Grand Oracle, that was one of the first things I looked up, and it said look for anything on the Z-axis, and I looked at all three, and I did not see anything there. And of course, Grand Oracle, the disturbing thing is that it doesn't detect this, right? It should be going, oh yeah, this is not actually touching here. This is not printing anything. It's it does the Z-axis calibration, and it says, oh, it's all fine. So that's why I'm wondering maybe there is some kind of an issue there with the firmware because the self-diagnostic tool is not even working. And of course, Grand Oracle, the difference in it working and not working was just literally one print. Because I took the one print off where it worked fine, went to start the next one like usual, and that's when it started doing all the crazy mischief. So it basically went from fine to not working in a heartbeat. And definitely nothing broke because there was nothing rigorous about it or whatever. Landdress, that shouldn't have happened either because again, all I did was I deleted the one file, right, that it just printed, and then I put the next file on there, and that was it. I'll look and see. Can't hurt to just look, right? Right, Landdress again. What is there to lose by just looking to see if somehow that got changed? There's nothing to lose there. All right, there. You know what? I might just let a little bit of the orange get down there too. Here, let me get rid of this. I don't need that thinner sitting up there. 1 second here. There we go. Where's my... this is what I've been using here. And I'll just put this on a few of these edges here. What's going on with this one? Yeah, let's do this one too. And that. Yep, Grand Oracle, that's again, that's one of those things, right? Now, what some folks have said, that's why I also want to take the compressed, well, it's not compressed air, it's one of my little, it's basically a USB powered thing instead of a can of compressed air. And the idea is that you kind of just, you blow out the camera and a couple of other things, and maybe there's just some little piece of dust or something like that that is affecting the camera. Maybe it's not quite seeing things the way it should. Now, blending brush into action once again. So we have just that plop of the lighter color. You know, I'm actually going to take more of the paint off of there. And once again, we're just going to take this, we're going to pull this out this way, we're going to pull it out that way. do that here. Yeah, I don't think any of that got set in the slicer again because all I did was I loaded up the next thing and just press print because again this is like the old was that the old Henry Ford Model T factory there where you're just cranking out stuff again and again and again 24 hours a day. So it's really just like, okay, dump the next one in, start print. That is it. So not changing the infill settings or anything like that. Now, of course, I could have just accidentally hit something. Maybe it's maybe it's just in a bad place or something, and something got clicked on. Actually, well, I did that Grand Orc. Well, I mean, if we could do it after the firmware thing, but I did do the what is that? The recalibration thing. And that was where I was just like, okay, this is not looking too good here because we just had it try to kind of you know recalibrate everything, and it checked all the stuff and it said everything was fine, and then proceeded to just kind of do the same thing. So the recalibration's already been done, actually at least twice, maybe 3 times. Obviously, that's with a turn on and off. Actually, I've unplugged it. It's been unplugged, turned on and off, all of those things. So actually, there's really no settings in there, Grand Oracle, aside from the tree supports and the percentage of infill. Those are the only settings that have changed, at least from what I can recall. But again, Grand Oracle, at this point, it doesn't work at all. So what can it hurt, right? So here, let's do the little bit of light right here. Now, there's also those kind of monthly maintenance things that I've been telling you about. That's something that I want to do after Adepticon, and just kind of do those anyways. Right? It's again can't hurt to do those either. So that already starting to look a little bit sharper, right? This is the edge contrast we were talking about. We've done an awful lot of stuff with value contrast, color contrast. Now we're getting into some edge contrast here. So yeah, Grand Oracle, if none of that stuff works, we may find out if bamboo printers can fly. This thing is really, really heavy, but a significant amount of frustration might be able to overcome a mere a mere issue of weight, right? Right, Landras? So yeah, Grand Oracle. I knew that was something that I was gonna wanna be doing, anyways. But that will definitely wait till after Adepticon. This other stuff, the firmware and everything. Well, that while I'm down there trying to mess with prints and everything, I can just see if it'll do a firmware update. Thranduil, have you had a chance to do any painting the last week or so? Hopefully you'll get a chance to do yourself some painting this weekend, maybe. And of course, let's see that we just posted the new video earlier today. And again, the Eldar, again, keep wanting to say Harlequins, the Howling Banshee series, that has been That's been filmed, edited, rendered. I'll be uploading that after the stream. Just working some of my lighter stuff here on these edges. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. So none of this here. Again, it's I was just there was some YouTube video where somebody, I don't even know how they were doing it. They had it was something like this. I was like they had some kind of claw going with the brush. And I'm thinking that's it looked painful. It really looked very painful. Let's see. So yeah, Grand Orc. I figure sending that thing back. That is definitely the last option we're going to be considering, especially since all the packing material is gone. We had that conversation last night, didn't we? And well, I didn't even want to mention that because you had a bit of not fun time with packing material there. Now again, this is not it's not even the straight up white here. It's not quite straight up white. Now I might come back with some of my deepest dark here. Well, first I'm gonna get some of the lights we have out here. We're gonna get some of that on the stone out here. Very, very, very simple set of colors here. Nothing complex. I mean, there's maybe 8 different colors involved in this thing. 9 tops. I don't even think there's 10 colors here. Yet we've got greens and different shades of blue and everything. So we got lots of stuff going on here. Again, just looking to capture a little bit of the lighter stone. Here we still have some of our greens mixed in too. Hey Bitron, how you doing? So Bitron, you want to share, speaking of terrain, you want to share some of your some of those tiles that you've been making. Let folks see those in the chat. So great to see you again there, Bitron. Well, hopefully you do get that in, because, well, you've got was it 5 days? You have a string of days there, so definitely you want to take advantage of that while it's there, right? Let me do this here. Let me do this here. Now, again, of those 10 things, at least 2 of them are things I don't even have to do because I don't have the AMS on there. Possibly even 3. And then of the remaining ones, it was things like, well, basically for whatever reason, he wiped down the entire Z-axis, all 3 poles there, and then basically re-greased them. That I'm not so sure about that, but that seemed a little excessive to me. Now, again, blowing out all the dust and stuff like that, or debris or whatever, I'm just going to give that a shot because, well, there's going to be dust and debris in there, so it makes sense maybe to get that stuff out of there. So everybody please check out that the link that Vitron just posted. There's some fabulous terrain. Okay, more here with some of this. Ooh, we want to get some of that lighter green, some of the same lighter green that we have down in the pool there. See if I can grab that's over here. Looks like break this down a little bit. Got a couple of leaves over here. Maybe get a little bit of that on the this vine here. Not a ton, just a little bit here and there also. Over here. These guys too. So there's more of the Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. Bitron. I have a whole bunch of these to paint. Now, just like the kitties. Oh, here's some more. Get these guys, and then we'll go one step lighter with these. Might be the only actual leaves that you can see. Everything else is kind of it looks almost like some thorny stuff, and then the vines. I don't know if that's supposed to be foliage up there. Hard to tell. Right, sister, you have yourself a good one. Thank you so much for being here. And, well, I'll see you at Adepticon, at least for a couple of days there. So, of course, safe travels for that. I'm sure we'll probably see at least one more time, maybe before then. So that's for one box, right, Bithron? Or are the both boxes the same price, or is there a difference? Because I think one's got the cats and the fountains and stuff. Then the other one has the transporter and those what look like lanterns. So now Grand Oracle is the Moria stuff more like, say, his Hornburg and City of the Dead, where it's literally like a massive fortress type thing, and it's all supposed to be one giant piece, or is it a series of smaller pieces? Because again, I haven't even looked at it yet. I haven't even downloaded it. Again, if by some miracle we get the printer working, I would be more amenable to doing that. But right now, it's like, no, I don't even want to look at it right now. If I can't print it, I don't want to see it. So both the same price. Now, of course, I'm sure that's 130 Canadian. So might that be somewhere in the... Geez, could it be as little as, say, 87 or 93 in American? I'm also thinking AU dollars. So that... I've got like 3 different dollar currencies bouncing around in my head. Let me do a bit more of my light there. Alright, let's get you around back this way. So a standing tower and some entrances. Actually, Grand Oracle, ironically enough, the entrances would be very handy. Because I was just going to do those, obviously, with the foam cutting stuff, but that's not going to happen for quite some time, and I just would need it as a backdrop for photography at this point, not necessarily as a straight up terrain piece. Let me see. So yeah, all of this is the Black Panther stuff. We've painted at least 8 of these kitties so far. 6 little ones, 2 of the big ones, a bunch of them on stream. This is the first one of these, and of course, 2 hours ago, minus the paper towel. That's what this looked like. From that to this in 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. So Grand Oracle, it's kind of handy because what I really need it for is, oh gosh, I don't know if that false perspective or forced perspective. Now, a lot of the museum dioramas, especially here at our museums, they did a lot of forced perspective stuff. You see it on model railroads too. So where I would just basically the gate would be stuck up against the back wall, as in my painted backdrops. So it wouldn't even literally be a terrain piece that gets played with, unless it's one of those things where you exit the board via that door, which in that case it's fine being where it is because you wouldn't have it in the middle, right? So those gates would actually make a very nice background setting for the terrain, for sure. Here, let me get a little bit more of my some lighter green over here. Sure. So again, everybody, please head to the Armored Wolf Etsy page. That's where you can get some of the fabulous stickers. And there will be a supply of those at Adepticon. And of course, while you're at the Armored Wolf Etsy page, you should probably get yourself a bunch of dice bags while you're there. Boy, Grand Orca, ironically enough, that was one of the reasons why I didn't look there, because something told me that these would be incredibly helpful pieces. Now I did at least remember to pledge to that Azragor, Kingdom of Azragor thing. I haven't gotten any emails from that yet. And then the Omni, I think you guys both did Valfera, right? You did the Omni 3 also. I'm not sure. Is that still going right now? Well, the treasure piles. The treasure piles would actually be very handy because I could use that for the. Hopefully, those are maybe something I could print out in the resin printer and use those, because that. Remember, I said the. Oh, guys, the Smaug dragons finally arrived. Only about 3 months late. Well, more like 2.5 months late. That's what was not Kingdoms of Saxonia. Duroc Deep. Yeah, that was Conquest Creations. That was his dwarven city. There was another one of my the guys that did the Hobbit terrain. I think he also had some really nifty dwarf stuff. Okay, I'm not doing the gold stuff in there. Just gonna keep it simple here. We're gonna try and get a little bit more glowy stuff in the eyes as well. See if we can do that here. I will. Yeah. I can use the here the fast matte white here. Oh, some of our. I almost said brilliant yellow pale there. It's in some ways it's almost like we're making brilliant yellow pale here. That is the Indian yellow and the fast matte white together. Well, oh well. That was why I was trying to avoid using the thinner from the container here. There's a bit of the from our initial, all the dark blue glazy stuff that we did there. There's a little bit of it that got the actual paint got into my little vat of thinner there. Ooh, that's too much. So I'll just put some of that out here. Fine. Actually, that's something I haven't actually tried yet, Grand Orga. That's something I might need to do more of, is just, like you say, cut some bases off of things, or cut some little simple pieces off in the slicer. Let me see if I can do this again. Then we're going to have to get some of our orange in there too. So Moonlight Minis, I'll shoot you a message about that. It's very hard to describe, because every time I try to describe it, people think it's something else, and it's not that. Basically, it's that when it goes to actually print and do things like the extrusion lines and such, the nozzle remains maybe a millimeter above the surface and nothing happens. So yeah, I'm getting some of the lightest, is the same stuff we used for the lightest part of the eyes there. Little bit of that here also on the stone, and not too much down there. Up here, I mean, this is the top of it, so this should be a little bit lighter here. So Grand Oracle, I did find the dimensions for the Smaug base. It's weird. It's a very sharp oval, far sharper than than a lot of the other ovals in MESBG. Actually, I think I've kind of wiped away some of that paint there. So Moonlight Minis, all of that. Again, that's very doubtful. There's no way those got bent or got loose. Again, because it went from, it was literally going from printing to doing that in a space of 5 minutes. So it would not have been able to have printed successfully a terrain piece, and then all I did was I loaded the next piece up in the slicer, cleaned off the bed like always, and then hilarity ensued. So definitely none of those things. Alright, let's keep going with this here. And this. I will get the darker stuff in there next. Yeah, let me let some of the... No, let me get into the orangey stuff here. Let me get into some of the orange, a little bit of the Indian yellow too. Boy, I don't want that to be too much of a pinline wash there. That's the other thing I needed to do, is get a little bit of the orange right around the side of the eye there. Alright. And again, with all the Adepticon stuff happening, I just turned the thing off days ago, because there's really nothing I can do, even if I was, well, I just want to keep going with the printing so I don't fall too far behind, because there is so much to do. But that's just not going to be the case. There we are. But there is a firmware update that I was shying away from doing, because that's a bit like what happens when you do any Windows updates on your machine that suddenly makes things stop working. But at this point, there's really nothing left to lose. Oh man, we should get some of the dark over here. Moonlight Minis, it looks like it's touching it, because I have watched that process just for that very reason. Oh my gosh, at least 12 times. And it does seem like, and of course every time, and I've done the recalibrations, all that kind of stuff, and disturbingly it detects nothing. It says everything is just fine and dandy, and things are definitely not fine and dandy. And there's nothing with the nozzle, because you can see it doing the nozzle purges, and stuff is coming out of the nozzle. So it's definitely not a blocked up nozzle or anything like that. these things. Fine, I'll just do a little something here. Like that, and like that. Ooh, somehow we had that kind of leak over there. Yep, Moonlight Minis. Because at first I thought maybe it had something to do with me trying to print out something. It was was birch trees, which I've printed out other trees before, but I said, okay, fine. So I said, let's print out something that has printed before. And it doesn't even print out the extrusion lines. So it really wouldn't matter what object I have on there because it doesn't print out the extrusion lines. It doesn't print out anything. Again, that's why I'll shoot you a message about that. Here, let's keep going with laying this down. Take our blending brush. So now that, again, this is our edge contrast right here. Edge contrast, boom. This is it's not our darkest dark either, by any stretch of the imagination. Okay. Maybe a little more. No, maybe not. We'll just wait on that. I was going to do a little bit more. But let me see if I can get, let me store some darks down in here. Thanks, Moonlight Minis. What I would remember earlier I was talking about, I would love to be able to do at least one little thin layer of water, well, basically my heavy gloss gel on top of this here, which would give this just a little extra dimension. But the key thing is, there's even some of this bluish gray. There's some of that in here too, because remember we did we just kind of dry brushed that stuff right over the top of this. And of course, this was that's what this thing looked like 2 hours and 17 minutes ago. Hey, Mandalorian, how you doing? Great to see you again. We will greet the Mandalorian the only way we know how, in that way. So great to see you again there, Mandalorian. Hopefully you have been doing well. Yep, Grand Oracle, I did that 3 times. And each time it said everything's great and then printed nothing. Unfortunately, yes, I did do that. That's what I mean. That's why I'm not happy that it's not detecting this when you're telling it to do just that sort of thing. No, it's the heavy gloss gel. So you can see it in some of the videos. I do not have any of that here that I can show you. It's all put away. But it's the same stuff that I use for everything. We use it for our flame effects. So when we're sculpting flame, like this, or whether we did, boy oh boy, let me see if there is an icicle on this one. Oh, there is, okay. Or whether we're sculpting the icicles right here, or again doing water effects, or the snow. So it's a physical, and then again, the green stuff world has what they call them splash effects. But it's a heavy gloss gel that you would paint on there. And the nice thing is that it actually has a dimension to it. It's the same stuff I used for all my waterfalls. Where's my, oh, where did he go again? There it is. So all those waterfalls also created with that, with the same stuff. I've done fountains with that. And let's see, well, here's some more, again, of the Again, to create the icicles hanging off of the muzzle and over here. So Moonlight Minis, I actually have done at least 2 different videos with texture rollers that I printed out. It's very helpful because well, now you could make those texture rollers be, in theory, something smaller, like something you could even use on a 15 mil, whereas obviously almost all texture rollers are pretty much designed for 28 mil. Same thing with even 72. So the nice thing about printable texture rollers is that, well, this way you could actually print them out to the size that you would like. I don't remember which, some of them are ones that I got off of my mini factory, and then there were some that were part of a Patreon. There was a batch of them, and it was, again, one of probably my most recent video using any kind of texture roller or showing the rolling with texture rollers. It was a video with, it was supposed to be kind of like sci-fi walls and floors, with varying degrees of success and not success as far as the texture goes. Not the printing. The printing was fine, and they even had like these little roller guides that you could print out. Hey there, Bryce. How the heck are you doing? Nice to see you again there, Bryce. Now, Bryce, you're going to be able to do Adepticon this year. Sorry if you probably have already told me before on a previous stream. And of course, if you want to share, if you want to share your project there, and I think you've been doing that for Adepticon, I'm pretty sure, for Golden Demons and such. But if you wanted to share that, go ahead. Just trying to get some of that. Ooh, we should put some of that up here as well. Some there. What's interesting? Well, they have these as. I wonder if now they had them as something different here, and it's almost the same thing as what we had on our kitty. Well, I mean it's digitally sculpted, so why not repeat some of those textures? Sorry about that, Bryce. Well, actually, Bryce, still, if you wanted to share the project that you've been working at, you've been sculpting at that for a while. So if you want to show that off, that'd be fantastic. Let's do this with some of the dark over here. The sculpting is done. Painting it now. Well, I guess Bryce, you'll have it. You'll have it for ReaperCon. Which, I mean, that's not terrible. I need to get some of that down here too. Don't I? That's a little too much thinner though. So I just stick my. No, I'm not gonna put my hand on that. Just gonna go right there. Okay. So now again, more edge contrast here. No problem there, Bryce. But great to see you. I hope otherwise things are going very well. So yeah, Moonlight Minis, the texture rollers, being able to, even if it's just a little bit, maybe making them 10% smaller or something like that, or bigger, could really help for either 72 mil or even for some Lord of the Rings stuff, where it's a bit, well, the scale can be a little bit on the smaller side, right, Bithron? So that could be actually very helpful. Let me see if that is still. So the Perline Red is definitely, well, most reds are not fast drying colors, that is for sure. Now, of course, this is a little bit, I'm going to have to really break this down here. It's been sitting on pallets for almost a couple of weeks at this point. Yeah, Bithron. I mean, the notorious ones, right? The Numenorians and the Gondorians, and of course the Harad minis are just obscenely small. Actually, I have to see if I can get the Dandelions in Middle Earth. And you say those are Grand Oracle. You were saying those are on not Mine Mini Factory. They're on Colts 3D. So I'll have to look there, see if I can get those. I mean, the Numenorians were supposed to be over 7 feet tall, and the plastic ones look more like hobbits, don't they, Bithron? Just trying to get me a little bit more of the deeper red in here so that hopefully kind of makes things look a little bit more like there could be either a glow or something happening there. Yeah, Bryce, I'm trying to think the last time I even had that. I would think 2019. Yeah, that's the last time I can remember. I don't think it's been since 2019. Because we didn't do that in 22. So, yep, that would make it all the way back to 2019. So, yeah, that's why I was very glad, Bithron, when I think Diwali so far, I mean, I think the other ones have tried to do Numis, but only Diwali really made ones that actually looked like Numenorians. The other ones are more like Shmumenorians. They're not really Numenorians. I'm gonna take my blending brush, choose some of these now. Remember how this was all very runny? Look at this. See that? All the colors, they hold nice and firm when I go to do this. No weird stuff happens. Boy, Bryce, you would love to actually. You can check out the session where I did this, where all of these crazy blends just happen in seconds with the oil paints. And well, here, let's do a gratuitous film noir on this, and we'll make all of the shading disappear. For the most part, the shading goes away. Because the difference, I mean, you can already see it here. With just about 10% of the color in there, you can already see we're getting about 40%, getting closer to 50. We are at 50 now. So all that contrast comes back. Now that we've got a lot of our values, and let's see what happens when we do a film noir on this one. Sure enough, all the different rock sections, even the water, there's no real value difference there. It's not a value thing so much. It's color. You see, your eye sees this, and oh, it's got to be darker. It's like bluish black. Bithron, it really would be fabulous if we could do that for you. So yeah, Bryce, there's also been another one with the kitties where we can essentially turn off the object source lighting. We basically just make the source lighting go away, because once again, it is more of a color contrast thing than it is a value. I mean, there's value there, but that color contrast is extra important. So yeah, Bryce, that one was really, really fun to do. I've got to get a bunch of the other Bretonian, the Peg Knights together, yeah. And what I was just, and what's printing now is the That is the stuff from Titan Forge, the rest of their Tomb King. So chariots. I think it's all just the chariot stuff, because everything that I've printed so far was the Screaming Skull Catapult. And the heroes and such. So this is all just the rest of the chariot. Mostly just the chariots themselves and the horses. Oh yeah, the one-page rule sisters, and it was the lizard men, right, Bithron? That's what you were wanting to have printed out. Let me get the darker, deeper red in there. I'll do the same, and then I'll just come back with some of my lighter stuff. Oh, it is the Saurian Star. Oh, okay. The sci-fi lizard. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Thank you so much. And again, hopefully, if Mom is still there, we wish all the best for Mom. Also glad that Squeak is keeping an eye on her. But yeah, I don't think Squeak would have it any other way. And oh, Rico, did I send you the picture of that new pork tenderloin flavor that they had at the store? Actually, I got to go back there tomorrow. It was sriracha flavor. Same company that did the applewood smoked bacon and the rotisserie ones. And I made that one this week, and wow, that was really good. That was really out there. I was way better than I thought it would be. It went very well with just taking the red potatoes, chopping those up. Obviously, air fryer, all done in the air fryer. But if I think I probably forgot to send you pictures of that, so I'll have to show you. Because I've got pictures of it just with the label on it, and then pictures of it actually cooked. And boy, oh boy, that was really sensational. We're doing this a little bit of our reflected light here now. Again, from all the water down here reflecting up this way. So it's not just the value of it, we're also kind of trying to make sure it has that little bit of a teal color to it as well. A little bit of teal color to it. So again, Rico, thank you so much. Oh, that's getting a little bit on the light side. Let's cut that down. Oh, and of course, thanks for looking up all the AFL info for me there. I just again, I always don't expect too much from the doggies each season, except lots of injuries. That is the only thing that I expect from the doggies. Is at the most critical juncture of the season, that's when all of the big injuries will happen. A little bit more of my light down in here too. Okay, so again, see that's the light up here is it says very much there's that bluish gray, whereas here the light down here it's reflecting this stuff over here. All right, well, Rico, thank you again so much, and I guess I have a lot of images to send you, so yeah, you might be getting a lot of pictures of various things just to try and get you caught up to speed there. I'll tell you about the printer stuff too. Obviously, you heard us talking about it here, but I'll try and get you some more specifics. And yeah, Moonlight Minutes, I'll shoot you a message. Well, also too, who knows? Maybe the firmware thing just does the trick. That might be it. Now that didn't quite go where it's supposed to. Not a big deal because I've got DOS blending brush, which will just do that. So again, we wish Mom all the best, and you too there, Recoil. So hang in there, and hopefully see it tomorrow. Now, for sure, the the next ones of this it's going to take less and less time to paint, much like our kitties, because now I kind of know what the heck everything is, whereas right now I'm still looking at stuff going, what is that again? Oh, that must be this. What is that thing? Should this be lighter? Should this be darker? Whatever. Now I've got myself some sample ones, and I can kind of maybe even get rid of the pictures of theirs and start putting pictures of mine down there. Let me see if I can. Yeah, might as well do it. I might as well do that right there. Make that a little lighter. Blending brush again. And there we go. Not going to worry about that. Oh, yes, let's get the edges of this a little too. Top of that is okay. I want to see if I can do a little dark, maybe the Perline black, and well, all of our asphaltum is gone. So I'll just go with this and the Van Dyke brown. So Perline black, Van Dyke brown. Not really a pinline wash, but thin down a fair amount, I guess you could say. Like that. Just almost kind of a shadow edge on it here underneath. Not so much on the top, only a little bit there, but definitely here on the underside. So the Van Dyke brown, the idea there is the Perline black. Yes, it's dark, but it's going to have a little bit of bluish tint to it, that green there. So this makes it that much more of a warmer green. Probably gives it a little extra dark. Now that is more of a pinline wash right there. Just a little bit around those leaves there. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's Friday. I keep thinking it's Thursday for whatever reason. Oh, well, that's why. Because, yeah, we had to do a Makeup Monday stream because of all the craziness on Monday. That's right. That is right. Forgot all about that. Was all set to do the stream on Monday. Didn't quite happen. Do we want... Yeah, let's get a little bit of that. Just a couple places there. It's... I think we're going to get some of our lightest stone color. We didn't really hit this area so far with it. Maybe get a little bit more of the radiant violet into this. It's kind of funny. The radiant violet, I use it on in skin tones, and I use it an awful lot while making, well, stone colors. I end up mixing it with yellow an awful lot. I mean, really a lot. Mixing it with yellow and things like the asphaltum. Oh, that's the other reason I got to get those Galadrim Cav printed out. This is the Cavalry channel after all. It's been a deplorable week or two with no Cavalry on the channel here. You got to get that going. So some Galadrim Cav with the... Ooh, it could be interesting to see what the cloaks are like on those. Yeah, well, head on over to Colts 3D again. Thanks for finding those there, Grand Oracle. Because I would have been searching in vain. I know Moonlight Minis, we had that little discussion about using My Mini Factory, Codes 3D, they kind of have different purposes, right? Because the fee structure is so different on each one. Nice to see you again there, Hein Welters. Thank you so much. So, Hein Welters, hopefully painting has been treating you well the last couple of weeks here. Let's get this pointed the right way. It generally works better when the brush is pointed in the right direction. Nope, don't want that. But that's what our blending brushes are for. So we'll see you later there, Grant Oracle. Thank you so much. Grand Oracle, I'm glad that you're kind of looking at a relatively late weekend also. That's good news. Now that the stream tomorrow night could still be at kind of a later time because I haven't, the last couple days, I haven't had a chance to call Kathy's family. I was going to try and do that today, but there was just too much work to do. So as much as I would like it to probably be 9 or 9:30, it could be more like 10. Hey, there Inganes, nice to see you. There's Doji. Boy, Doji, I felt bad because it was not long after you had to head out on the Galadriel stream where I combined the magical cobalt teal with the fluorescent green. Wow. I'll just say wow because holy smokes. I mean, not only does it act like Terra Rosa, as that super opaque, but man, that was really, I mean, it puts the vibrant in vibrant. Let's put it that way. So great to see you again there, Doji. Of course, Doji, if you want to share your fabulous Tokori figures and your Eldfall Chronicle stuff, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Inganes. Yeah, we did a couple of figures here last night. Where's our... So we finally have kind of the reason why all our Galadriel elves have the wintry bases like these here. It's because Galadriel, well, she decided to accept the one true ring, and well, winter has fallen in Lothlorien, needless to say. Everybody, please check out that Insta link there that Doji just shared. Let me get a little bit more of my light down here. Couple little edges here, and maybe take the blending brush and fade those a bit. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just posted. Again, some fabulous miniatures painted with the oils. So Inganes, how goes the painting the last week or so? Hopefully all is going well there. We are really in this massive crunch here of getting this terrain painted for the Adepticon folks. Well, that and a whole bunch of other things. Oh, you know what we never did do? I was wondering. Never really did get the darker stuff there. Alright, now I'll have to come back and hit this one lighter edge. Where's my lighter bluish gray? So, let me thin this down a little bit more here. Like this. Yeah, we need to get some of our light up there. Oh, and this is another area too. It's another whole area. right there. Didn't get these guys yet. Not too much down there. They are sort of supposed to be in shadow. So no pictures of the squig hoppers, or squig hog. Hopefully it's still been fun though. Thanks, Moonlight Minis. It seemed, well, again, it's one of those things where we wanted to get a little bit of some kind of a different color in there. Since we have the glowing eyes on the kitty, why not? And of course, it might also help these make a little bit more sense too, right? So I thought, well, maybe we should get a little something on there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reinforce this light up here. Right there. So yeah, Bryce, I've done 2 of the big kitties and 6 of the smaller ones. Where the heck is one of the smaller guys? Oh, here he is. So yeah, we did a half a dozen of these so far. And he had 2 of the big guys. I might still paint at least 1 more of the big guys, maybe on stream. Just for reasons. And of course, needless to say, there was quite the confrontation with Prinkles and those new cats. Now, yeah, that's Moonlight Minis. I don't know if you saw some of the confrontations between Prinkles and these new kitties. Let's just say that these new kitties were not. They weren't having anything from Prinkles. Prinkles was kind of shown the door just a little bit by these bigger kitties. So yeah, all of a sudden, Prinkles was not used to having other cats hanging around. Of course, there was the Ushopti ones, and they seem to be okay with Prinkles, but boy oh boy, the big kitties here, they have not been okay. So what Doji says that nothing can ever really. Oh, you know what? That's right. We can also make these match. If we were to do these in our phthalo green, these would also then match our. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's just change these guys real quick here. It's not that big a deal. Not going to be that big of a deal here. Let's just get some of this darker, get phthalo green, mixed with a little bit of the Perlean black. And then I think the radiant green is what we were. Yeah, radiant green and the phthalo mixed together. So yeah, Doshia was. I felt kind of bad because it was literally. It wasn't very long after you left, and then I realized, oh my! I was gonna say, hey Doji, what do you think of this? And then I realized, oh man, Doji's not here. But Doji, don't fear, because the new episode. Yeah, I just started that new series on the Howling Banshees for army painting. I'm gonna try and work into those sharp crystals. I'm gonna try and work that into there. That's this the cobalt teal with the fluorescent green for the crystals, and then I think I'll still do that off-white color scheme that we were talking about. I think I'll still do that. So glad that the bakery run is achieved. What are we doing here? A little bit more of the light right there. So again, this is a bit of more of a bluish green. I might even try to work a little bit of that into some of the water here, because reasons. So we have actually a reddish blue in there, and now also this sort of greenish blue. You work some of that down into here. All of these a little different in tone from this. So that's again your indigo, kind of a bluish gray, whereas all the stuff down here is also much more saturated blue. Was it Indanthrene blue mixed with phthalo blue and a little touch of the cobalt teal and some of the mid-tones. Those you'll have to figure out. Well, there's if we want to make it one of the more expensive army painting series ever, we could go with the what is that for the hair, the Pearline Crimson. That could make it definitely fairly pricey. It's going to be one of the more interesting color test figure sessions because I'll have no idea if it's going to work out. Yeah, it's going to be probably one of the most open-ended color test figure sessions in quite some time. Partially because the Pearline Crimson is a staining color. And it might be interesting. As you'll see with the AI images again, it just wanted to show me either actual like banshees or it wanted to show me space marines. It did not want to show me Eldar. I mean, I literally just said show me Eldar, and all I got was space marines. So that was wasn't quite expecting that. I thought if I just type in Eldar, I'll just get something that looks vaguely Eldar-like. Nope. all I got was space marines. That was I just thought, okay, maybe I should just type in space elf. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe then I'll actually get something that looks a little bit like an Eldar if I just type in space elf. Yep, I'm gonna go a little bit darker in here. Yeah. Oh, but what was the other thing? Oh yeah, it was all I wanted to do was Khorne berserkers, right, or just Khorne warriors, and I kept saying, Warhammer fantasy. I even put in not 40K. That still was not enough. All I kept seeing was basically Khorne berserker space marines. That was it, and then I said, okay, forget the Khorne warriors. I just want to see chaos warriors in red armor, and of course that's all I saw. Again, was 40K space marines, which is why I mentioned, in the videos that first video where I was using it, I said, look, it will show you a lot of weird things, stuff that you do not want. It's only for just the kind of general ideas, the general concepts. Better tighten up that snoot a little bit there. That's a little bit too much of the white, and that's a little too much of the reflected light there on his mouth. So we'll take some of that away too. I think there's another tooth over here that we gotta get. Like that one. Oh yeah, we never did anything back there. That is good. Let me see if I can maybe get a little bit more of a fast mat white out here. Uh, lights on the gems and some other areas I think that we might just need to hit with that. Don't need a ton of it, just a little bit. Again, these are our liner brushes from Princeton. They're synthetic brushes. Right now, well, as of I think 2 days ago, or a day and a half, not even. I could swear, maybe it was even after last night's stream, or I got, no, it was, I think it was a couple days ago. They were still on the Dick Blick site. They were $5.05, something like that. Now, of course, right in some of the old days, where I would say, oh yeah, they're on sale, something like that, then I would go to buy the stuff and it'd all be gone. Because guess what? Everybody else had gone and gotten all the available stock and there was none left for me. So that's why I went and got all the brushes first and then said, oh yeah, here, look at the price of these. Sometimes it is a better price. It'll be maybe $4.30 or so. That's usually when they have some kind of a big sale, though. Fine, I'll throw a little touch-up light on the top of these things, whatever. I need to just get some of that paint off of there. Again, there's not too many open areas on the palette, mostly because I just used the one from last night. Hey Navarro, nice to see you again. I hope that you are doing well. Happy Saturday. So that's the nice thing about these Navarro, is that on average they're about 1/3 the price of a sable brush. They last at least 3 times as long. So in effect, for every one of these, or every one sable brush or whatever, you're getting 9 of these effectively. So that's the really nice thing, is these are just so much more durable and they can do so much more. They're quite literally those kind of Swiss Army. It's like the Swiss Army knife of brushes, because I can set it on its side and basically have almost like a big brush. I can use the tip. I can even do some dry brushy type stuff with this. They're really, really nifty. And again, not terribly expensive either, because they're not sable brushes. If I was to have a line of brushes, I think maybe that's what we would just have to call them, not sable brushes. Let me get some more of this pushed over this way here. Better. Oh yeah, I never did get the light on that side there. Okay, that's good. We'll do that now. And of course, let's see, where's, oh yeah, we do have a bunch of these. We have 12 of these. And then I think it is 3 dozen of the, speaking of the Book of Wample, there it is, crush the brush, don't crush the brush. And again, I think we've got 3 dozen of those that we will have at us, have with us at Adepticon. I need to get my light line right there. Again, I'm going to take some of that, push that up this way. We're going to get a nice little light line over here. And Navarro, if you have any, if you wanted to share any pictures of your watercolors or anything like that, that would be super for folks to see. It's funny, Navarro, because we joke, especially when we're painting in 2D with the oils. For a huge portion of it, it almost just looks like I am painting a watercolor. And right there. I mean, it really became an issue of you just couldn't find any sable brushes, and then the quality had been going down for years and years and years. I used to use those all the time, and then it just became impossible to find anything that was decent. So we just said, all right, guess we're not using these anymore. The quality had reduced so much. There was no point, especially not at that price. And of course, well, the oils, all brushes love the oils because it treats them so much better. It's almost like a nice little conditioner for your brush. Let's see if I can't get me a little bit, yeah, a little bit more of the lightest stuff on the edges of these things here. So I think now we've really got the edges on that. Now those are really, that's definitely got a nice sharpness to it. Kagome's Fury, how you doing? Everybody please give Kagome's Fury a follow. So Kagome's Fury, that was looking really nifty. I hope that the stream was very fun. Everybody please give Kagome's Fury a follow, because that would be free. And of course, Kagome's Fury, if you want to share any pictures of stuff that you've been doing on stream. Again, I know that your hours kind of changed a bit there. But here's hoping that everything is going very well for you. And again, if you want to share your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. There it is, a Discord link. So it looked like it was another typical large-scale Kagome's Fury miniature type there. And we're still continuing to paint, well, lots of that terrain stuff. So that is the big old Anubis there. Again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Kagome's Fury just shared. And then, of course, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. No, I'm going to use the blending brush here, I think. Yeah, better idea there. So again, everybody please check out that link, and hopefully the stream was fun. Kagome's Fury, I don't know, you have to let folks know when your next one might be there. Oh geez, there is a surface tension here. Yeah, surface tension. I was telling folks I didn't try to summon you. Maybe that's how you were still able to show up, because I didn't summon you. So surface tension here is one of the figures, and there's Dark Queen Schmeladriel, working with the cobalt teal bluish, and added added the fluorescent green to it, and oh my goodness. You thought the cobalt teal on its own is spicy? Man, add a fluoro to it. Holy smokes! So 9 p.m. on Fridays, Central. 9 p.m. Central. Well, I hope all of that goes very well and goes off without a hitch for you there, Kagome's Fury. I'll see you later there, Doji. So yeah, there was some cobalt teal used here, because when can you not have that out there, right, Doji? Thanks, Kagome's Fury. It kind of it sort of explains why we have all of our wintry Galadrim elves. And again, all of them have snow and icicles on them. This is another one that we painted last night too. So yeah, it kind of explains the whole story behind that army. Galadriel accepts the ring, and immediately winter takes hold in Lothlorien. No, we're pretty good there. Okay. So yeah, let me see. 3 hours and 5 minutes ago, it looked just like that. This is the same process. So there you go. 3 hours, 5 minutes, 28 seconds ago, it looked just like that, and we might have done one or two things to it since then. Yes, indeed. It's more of the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. This is again being painted for Adepticon. So in the tournament room, you can look around for this stuff. It'd be easy to spot. Look for anything that's got some glowing stuff on there, and then you can actually go and see terrain that we painted on stream. Oh, thanks, Google Miss Fury. Appreciate that. Google Miss Fury, I don't know if you had a chance to see the Fey Enchantress, because that one really did show off what is possible with the oils. All those blends right there. It really showed that, man, in just a few seconds you can create something that's really nifty, and it is like fast mode, right, Navarro? I like to call it the easy button. Now, of course, when you're first getting started with it, it might be a little bit more mischievous. It could be an acquired skill set, because you do sort of have to set aside all the stuff that you've been doing with acrylic. You have to kind of say, we're not going to be doing acrylics anymore. This is oils. We have to identify the things where the oils do this well or in this way, and then you kind of use that. Of course, when the oils are dry, if you wanted to use acrylics, well, no problem there. You could just paint the acrylics right over the oils. I've done that many, many, many times. You just want to make sure the oils are dry, that's all. Thanks, Kiko Miss Fury. That was, it was really fun to try that. I'm going to see if I can't find a bust or a large scale figure where we can try a color scheme like that to really once again show how easy it is to make those type of blends. Because had that been acrylics, that would have been more challenging when I had to do a lot of glazes or whatever. Did not have to do that here. Just like a lot of this was just some dry brushing of stuff, and then doing a little bit of pin line wash, and then start to maybe pull out some details, still maybe do more dry brush type stuff. And of course, with the oils, less is more. More is always way too much. We want to use as little paint as possible. Part of that is that the oils are just so much easier to spread around. That mural that I did, or was it 134 inches by 90 something inches, whatever. And the folks, they thought for sure I was going to be using up tubes and tubes of paint. They looked at the tubes afterward. They said, are these the tubes that you used? And I said, yeah. They said, yeah, but they don't look like they've hardly been touched. I said, that's because the oils that's how easy they are to spread across the surface. Because, well, with the acrylics, right, the paint is drying. The moment it hits your brush, that paint is starting to dry. Not so with the oils, which means it's a lot easier to spread that around, because it's not drying as it's sitting there on your brush. And aside from other reasons, the reason I can on the streams do all the puppet shows and everything else is because, well, the oils aren't drying on the brush. I can take a moment to do a little puppet show or whatever with no big deal. If it was a race against time with the acrylics, boy, that would really curtail our puppet shows. We don't want that. As you come for the miniature painting, but what do you stay for? You stay for the puppet shows. It is funny that those didn't start with Lord of the Rings stuff. It actually started with Wapelius Spellbrush, who would always try to defend the tip jar from whatever creature that was being painted, and he always lost. There wouldn't be a silly Marillion, right? And of course, again, we offered the silly Marillion at a much reduced cost. We said, you don't have to pay us $1 billion to get the silly Marillion, but no, they didn't want to go that way. They paid the price for it. Surface tension, if you want to share your Schmoom Kings and your Cornish hens over there, that'd be fantastic. So Bryce knows what the priorities are. You got to keep your priorities straight, and those priorities would entail puppet shows. Hey there, Flight Sim. Sorry that you're sad. Let me get more of my lightest light up here, perhaps. Yeah. Something over there. So everybody please check out the Mastodon link there that Surface Tension posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. So check those out and say all kinds of congratulations and kudos to Surface Tension for fabulous stuff. Yeah, well, that's sad to hear there, Flight Sim. Now, sadly, I've never seen any DBZ stuff. But I know there's a whole bunch of folks that really, really do. They've liked that for a long time. Let's do, yeah, a little bit more of our lighter stuff here. Well, we still getting some of that glazed, dark bluish gray on the brush every time I reach into my thinner there. Oh, you know what? We should get a little more of that down here in our splashy things. Oh, that's good. There's a surface tension. Yeah, I have not had a chance to, haven't had a chance to assemble those yet. I think maybe tomorrow I should also try to, I know I'm going to need to bake some more Sculpey. Yeah, I'm going to have to do my Egyptian themed texture roller again. Oh, and a surface tension. I printed out the Titan Forge chariots. Well, the rest of them are printing now. But also a couple of character figures and the Screaming Skull catapult, which is pretty big. Now, of course, it is the 32 mil version, but it's pretty darn big, I have to say. So I might, I don't know, I'm almost tempted to do a basing video on that because I haven't. I think the last time I did a video on maybe basing war machines, it was probably this. This might, well, I think I might have done some artillery, but yeah, this might have been the last war machine basing, so I might have to do another basing vid too. Another part of our rebuilding the old world series on the Patreon page. Because we don't have enough basing videos. We only have about 200. So we should make more. More basing, more better. Oh, Bryce, remember the Tiamat there, right? Well, I do have that second one that's been sitting here, and friends of mine, they would like to have a Tiamat for the end of their adventure to kill the party with. So I was, I was wanting to do that Tiamat with the oils. So that should be very fun. I need to get another wooden plaque for that. Moonlight Minis, basing really is so crucial. As you've seen here, it affects the entire theme of an army or of a miniature. Right, like, okay, we've got, so Elrond right here again, that kind of last alliance of elves and men, right? The plains of Golgoroth, fires of Mount Doom, and all that kind of stuff. And then we've got, well, with all the foxes and bunnies, that really does kind of suit the Fey Enchantress, I think. And, well, then, of course, our Shmoom Kings, only appropriate there, right? And, of course, we've done the Greek-themed stuff, and, well, even something like this. Here we go. This is a dark sword miniature here. Again, foxes and bunnies. That one individual miniature, the birch tree and everything. The oxalis, or not the oxalis, but the bog myrtle bushes. It really does change the theme for those two. Oh, here, that just got moved to a different place. Yeah, so here again, that's some interesting basing there for some Lumineth, and that was the violet there that we were talking about, the violet and green combo. Oh, and of course, something simple. Bulletin board cork and basically 3D printing supports. Instead of throwing them away, we keep them and we use those. Here's another. This one is a little bit even bigger here. Got bulletin board cork and leftover printing supports. That's all that is. Can't get much easier than that. Hey, Arid, nice to see ya. Moonlight Minis, I think we did a rough calculation that if you were to watch them and not eat, and not go to the bathroom or sleep, it would take you at least 62.5 days. Non-stop, back to back. But that was a couple of months ago. And of course, there's been probably about 40 hours of videos added since then. So if you do the Army Painter Pledge on the Patreon page, that's the $15 one. Our rough guesstimate at this point is that is upwards of 1,600 hours worth of video tutorials. Good luck binge watching all of those. Good luck binge watching half of them. So everybody please give Adepticon Games a follow. So Adepticon Games, were you going to be maybe streaming this weekend? I think you were going to, right? Yeah, I think you're going to be streaming some this weekend. So happy, well, it's that's a happy Saturday here too. Well, maybe not for you being out west. I know that the other Arid is out east. So hopefully the travel, I know that was an early morning flight. Hopefully everything went as hoped for. I just finished a 3-hour Blender stream. So Arid, if there's anything that you could share in the chat or anything, you want to do that, please go on ahead. What are we doing here? A little bit more of our, yeah, touch more dark maybe on this side. Again, they have these as kind of gold in the reference pit, but just for saving time, I'm just going to do them in this color right here. Oh, geez, sorry about that here. I didn't want to jinx anything. I swear I tried not to jinx anything by saying anything about, oh, I hope the flights go well or something. But anytime I wish anybody well, it seems to jinx stuff. So yeah, Flight Sim, well, I guess this weekend is the first weekend of the footy season. And I'm fairly certain that probably the Bulldogs have lost their first game. And there's probably been some kind of major injury too, just because that's kind of how their seasons go. Arid, I was thinking that, with that big of a time difference there, that's going to lead to some serious jet lag, especially when you potentially could almost arrive before you left, if you know what I mean. Taking my blending brush to some of the stuff here. Hey, Zelica, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give Zelica a follow. So, Zelica, if you want to share, some of your stuff on the stream there, please go on ahead. So, Zelica, we're doing more of those terrain pieces from Marvel Crisis Protocol. So, the same folks that did the kitties here. And we've done some big kitties, some small kitties with the source lighting. Now, last night, right before we raided you, this is what we were painting. So there's Dark Queen Schmaladriel and one of her little buddies right there. So that's what we painted. I think this was about a 3 hour and 15 minute, maybe 3 hour, 20-minute stream-ish, something like that. And obviously with the oils as always. I make short work of them. See what I did there? See you later there, Kego Miss Fury. Again, everybody please give Kego a follow if you could. And of course, please give Zilica a follow as well. So yeah, we still have a ton of these terrain pieces to paint for Adepticon. I think there's still 2 more of the big kitties. At least maybe 2 or 3 more of the little kitties. No, actually more like maybe 4. And then probably either 5 or 7 more of these. I don't think it's 7. That might be too many. But of course, the oils really do help with the whole time management thing, because a lot of it is dry brushing, pin line washes, some wet blending, like well over here. I'll just take me some of this. I'll just chunk that on there. We're going to take this brush here and that. One boom, done. That's it. One and done. Ooh, let's do the same deal over here. We do that. We take this blending brush that has really no paint on it, and we just gently fade that. So instead of layer, I mean, you can imagine how many layers you would have had to paint there under normal circumstances. Instead, hashtag no layers. Well, Adepticon Games, thank you so much for being here. I hope that your stream is a blast and you have lots of Blender success there. So thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please also give Adepticon Games a follow too, if you could. Yes, that's right. Well, somebody else has to be doing the dog patrol there, right? And it falls on you. So again, take care. Glad that she got there okay. Now alright, fine. I'm gonna try and sneak a teeny bit. Let me just get some of that cobalt teal on there. Is this too light or is it light enough? And again, this is where the oils are advantageous, right? Because that's a hard to reach area. What am I going to do? I'm going to just plop that on there, and I'm going to take the blending brush and do the rest, because that's a whole lot easier. Is just so much easier dealing with that. If I can sneak you down in here. I mean, you may not even be able to see what the heck I'm doing there. I don't have to. That's what we literally call it, blind blending, because I can barely see what in the world's going on there. Sure, we'll try and sneak a little bit more in there. There is, oh yeah, so that brushed off. There's some of my hot glue. Yeah, that was from my Eldar basing video. So that'll go up on the Patreon page. Speaking of basing videos, that'll go up on the probably the 11th or 12th or something like that. That's Army Painting Series 42. Well, here you go, Moonlight Minis. Each Army Painting series is 5 episodes long. We just started Army Painting Series 42. Now, granted, Series 40 and 42, they only just started. But that's getting shockingly close, right, to about 110 videos. Or sorry, 210 videos. Just an Army Painting series. There's the 53 original painting pyramid videos. There's at least, between dioramas, basing, and everything else, there's about 100 more of those. The workshop episodes, there's over 100 of those. There's about 100 Dark Sword episodes. So we're getting pretty close to, man, maybe it's more like 2,000 hours. Well, not every video is 2 hours long. Some of them are more like 100 minutes long, or maybe more like 70 for some of them. So yeah, Moonlight Minis is, as soon as they do the Army Painter level, they basically have every single video that I've ever filmed since 2013. That's 11 years worth of videos right there. Which means you also get to see the evolution of things, whether it's basing, painting, whatever. Because, well, the tools have changed significantly, right, since 2013. Heck, they've changed significantly since 2020. Because I believe I never printed out anything, well, at least successfully, until the summer of 2020. It feels, I think we've had this conversation, right, Moonlight Minis? It feels like I've been printing miniatures for the last 10 years. No, it's been more like the last 2.5 years. Oh, thanks, Devorro. It is, it shocks even me, actually, when I do start to think about it. Oh, and now, well, I didn't count our Vehicles Workshop series. I've already done 7 episodes of those now. Or is it, no, I think it's 7, because we did 3 on the Sherman Russ. We did 3 on this. And now we started a new one with the Marvel Crisis Protocol tank. Then I've already got, I think, 4 episodes of Building the Old World. There's, oh, we forgot about the chapter studies. We forgot all about chapter studies. 11 of these. Then there's painting busts. There's also painting large-scale figures. So you got to figure there's at least 2 dozen more there. Where's our, like this one from CA Sculpts here. So that's part of our painting bust series. So yeah, Navarro, well, we still have our pictures of some of our oldest Blood Bowl figures here. This goes back to 2006, and oh yeah, here we go. That would be the Mimes of Moria. So that was our couple of seasons we played these guys. Jette-moi, that says toss me. Yes, a mime is a terrible thing to waste, even when it's down in the depths of Moria. They wore many hats, berets, top hats, even chef's hats. They weren't the smartest critters in all of Middle-earth, because you see there's a very toasty baguette and a bare hand, as opposed to the oven mitt. Charles de Gaulle, a little bit smarter. That's why he has 2 stars and a very dapper uniform and mustache. Of course, Pierre and Francois, they were master sommelier, not very interested in blocking and tackling. That wasn't their thing. That was a little too rough for them. All of these figures, they're basically metal. There was no 3D printing in 2006. There weren't many plastic gobos in 2006. So yeah, there's that's kind of how that went. And of course, well, let's see, where's our? I'm looking for my. Oh, I think I already passed up all my other stuff there. So yeah, that was a very fun Blood Bowl team. They actually did go to the playoffs twice. That's what happens when you average 3 touchdowns a game, or almost. It was a little shy of 3 touchdowns a game. Here's a little note to all you young players out there. If you have a goblin with block, even if he doesn't have the 3 strength, you throw the goblin at the other guy's thrower, even on defense, because usually they're not wasting. They don't put block on their thrower. If you blitz that thrower with your little goblin, it's actually going to be 2 dice, his call. However, there will be 9 results that take the ball out of his hands and only 3 that knock you down. Or 2 that knock you down, sorry. And there were many times, actually what that did was that paralyzed people so much, whether it was throwing the goblin on offense or defense, they would be so spread out that I could actually bring a surprising amount of force to bear in just one area and kind of outnumber them locally. And we never really did get too much of our light out here on the edge. Let's do that here. So yes, indeed, the Mimes of Moria. And of course, we've been trying to quite literally resurrect our old Tomb King's army here. Let's go all the way back to 2014. Actually, there were several videos that emerged out of this army. There was at least one terrain video, one base painting video. So there's a, well, we're going to be redoing the Casket of Skulls because we have that printed. Well, you've seen our new Cetra, right? There's the old one with all those converted horses. Everything was either converted or scratch sculpted in this army. There's the War Sphinx. And then here where you got all of the scratch sculpted stuff. Actually, I printed out some scorpions there, surface tension. 2 of the scorpions. We got the Screaming Skull. We've already painted a bunch of the birdies. Right, so again, that was the Hyro Titan on the left, the Colossus on the right. We've actually painted the Colossus already. And again, all the bases, all that imagery on the walls, that tells the story of the Silver Pharaoh and the corruption by Tzeentch of the Tomb Kings. And there you can see the link. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. So that's kind of the thing we're trying to recreate. You notice you saw the War Sphinx. Well, here's the new one. This is 3D printed from one-page rules. So that's the new War Sphinx. We've basically been kind of redoing everything along the... Oh, here's one of our birdies. Again, 3D printed from Titan Forge with a bunch of 3D printed basing bits on there. So that was very fun. And we've done 3 of those already. So yes, lots of birdies, horses, chariots, more chariots on the way. Gotta get the Screaming Skull catapult put together. Gotta get the Casket of Souls put together. Of course, we don't have any blocks of troops, but I have actually printed out some of those, some test ones. I think the Titan Forge ones are printed out. don't worry, we'll be painting some of those too. Imagine a Saturday challenge where we'll be able to paint a whole bunch of those. Well, here's another challenge for you. Please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So Paintwater Sommelier, how are you doing? Of course, as always, you want to share stuff in the chat. Please go on ahead and do so. We've got ourselves more Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. Same folks that made all of the kitties. And you've seen a couple of these, I know that. This is one of the big ones. It's one of the very big kitties there. We got some small kitties like this one here. Small kitty. Let's see, 3 hours, 35 minutes ago. Well, that's what it looked like. So from that to this, 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 40 seconds. Sorry, totally misread that. Not 39 seconds, 40 seconds. And again, Paintwater Sommelier, if you want to share anything in the chat, you go on ahead and do that. Working with the oil paints, as always. Williamsburg, Gamlin, and Windsor Newton. Those are the three major brands, but we have been working in some other ones. So Paintwater, I'm sure you had a blast on stream. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Here, let's do a little bit more of our light stone color there. Obviously, we did a lot of our dry brushing stuff here because we did the darker primer to begin. Then there was some pinline washes involved there too. I'll get a little bit more of our light over here on some of these rocks. So just kind of figuring out what all the different things are on here, because this is the first time we painted one of these. There are more to go, let's put it that way. At least 5 more, possibly 7 more. I'm hoping for 5. So I think what I might be doing tomorrow is just trying to hammer through some of the ones that I know I'm not going to be doing on stream. Although I do want to, I don't know, maybe, I don't think it'd be one of the kitties. Maybe one of these, actually. No, I don't know. But I want to try painting it with the Alkids, the new Alkid medium that we got, and see how different that is from the walnut oil-based Alkid medium. And again, there was a lot of dry brushy stuff. You can see that some of that bluish gray worked its way right into the brown there. And that was, we wanted that because it kind of almost sort of stains the rock a little bit, kind of gives it that bit of a greenish look like we have in some places up here. Now, I think what I'm going to get is that Van Dyke Brown, Perlene Black combo again out here, because I want to do a little bit of shading on this, especially on the shadow side there. So for folks that will be at Adepticon, I did manage to, late last night, just do a very simple sticker mule design. Again, it's just a Kathy and Jiro figure. Of course, I kind of wish it was this one because it also would have had the birch trees as well. But I can always do another sticker with this one. But I just wanted to have some Kathy stickers for folks. Again, it's super simple. It is literally just a miniature. And it just says Kathy and Jiro on it. And I just thought that'd be nice to have for Adepticon. Of course, Armored Wolf has all of his fantastic stickers that he is bringing to Adepticon. Let me see if I can't sharpen up the edge of that a bit. And this up here. So we need to push the lighter color back up a little bit. Fine, we'll darken that a little bit more. So everybody check out that Discord link there. Again, that's a Discord link that's that was just posted there by Paintwater Sommelier, and then please give Paintwater a follow while you're at it. More of our dark there. I guess I could get some of the... We could maybe use a little bit of our light over there somehow. I think, oh, I might have wiped that away with my finger, actually. We'll just get, instead of looking to get more fast matte white out there, I'll just use this. This is our very light gray, and that's more than enough. Where's that blending brush here? Again, get some of the paint off of that. Just use it to gently spread that around. More of our light on some of these little edges here. Oh, we didn't do this side either. Now we have some. Touch more of our light down there. So again, that is from all the original dry brush stuff that we did along the edge there. You can see it kind of smudgied over there too. Means we got some hand washing to do, which is fine, because a minute tops, not even, with warm soapy water, with dish soap, boom, all that stuff's gone. In theory, you could use that to even clean your brushes, but we use our brush cleaner here, which is very fabulous, from Winsor Newton, because it's also for dried acrylics. Yes, you can use it for acrylics too. It was just, what do you think I get all the primer out of the brushes with, is this, and it's not hazardous, no vapor. When it comes to the thinner, look at here, that's a water bottle cap. Thinner thins the paint, doesn't clean the brushes. So I'm glad that was very fun. So I won't be streaming from Adepticon. Well, there might be one part where I'm guest streaming, because Tony, you got me monologuing, he does a charity stream, and basically he has different painters just kind of join him on stream over the course of the entire weekend. So you might see me on there. What I'll be doing is just I'll be setting up a regular, not webcam, but just a regular camera. They'll hook me up to a monitor, and I'll be doing I'll just do as many oil demos as I can right there in Fort Wapple. Yeah, Moonlight Minis. Now, for whatever reason, I don't see it on Dick Blick, but I think I also got it from Hobby Lobby. And I think other folks have also gotten it from Michaels. So, yeah, I need to do a little bit of a Hobby Lobby order on that too, I think. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that's where I got the big old container from. Again, I haven't seen it on Dick Blick, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Well, I'll find out after the stream, because I'm gonna be looking around for some, whether that's Hobby Lobby or Dick Blick, whatever. You can get it on Amazon. Just make Moonlight Minis. Just double and triple check that what they're sending you is the thinner and not linseed oil. Yeah, so I would either say Hobby Lobby or Amazon. I might just I think on Amazon might take a while, so I'm gonna see if I can find it on Hobby Lobby. I mean, it's not like we use very much of it. It's just folks might need some for Adepticon. That's it. Well, I might maybe bring some of my other backup containers, some of the ones from like AK Interactive or even MIG Ammo. Here, let's do a little bit of our blending brush right there. So yeah, surface tension there. The internet in the hotel is it's virtually non-existent, really, because you pretty much have everybody trying to access, and of course it's just Wi-Fi. And now you have everybody in the building, all 8,000 people plus, trying to access it all at once. So that is the Mona Lisa. And Speedball was the main brand. So where's my Speedball? Oh, there it is. You know, all the rapidograph stuff and inks and everything, good old Speedball. And then Mona Lisa is the sub brand. It's just odorless paint thinner. Now this is a 32 fluid ounce container. I'm hoping that I can get me another one of those. So yeah, surface tension. I remember somebody, this was years ago, they had a mobile hotspot. They tried to use it there. Even the mobile hotspot just collapsed. Now, I cannot confirm nor deny that maybe the hotel is, shall we say, subduing other people's internet, because they would prefer that people just, shall we say, shelled out extra money to use the hotel's high-speed internet. I mean, no hotel would ever do something underhanded like that, would they, surface tension? I can't, the inconceivable, I think, is the phrase that might come to mind. That the hotel would actually subdue people's internet intentionally. Let's see if I can't sneak Mr. Brush down in there for, yeah, that too. A little bit of my light on the end of the brush again. Okay, so how am I supposed to get at any of this stuff? This is all assembled. There is no sub-assembly here. There is no paint part of it separate and glue it together. You just got to paint it all together. I would certainly much rather be doing that with the oils, where you can see I can get in there and do all of that. I mean, like down in here, right? All the blending that's going on down there. That's a really hard to reach thing. Would you really want to be doing a whole bunch of layers there with the acrylics? I'm thinking no. I'm guessing that's probably not the case. Again, ask not what you can do for your oils, but what your oils can do for you. And surface tension, again, you want to share your link to your fabulously painted oil stuff. Please go ahead. I think we've got yeah, that's as light as that's going to get. That is light, as light as we want it to get. These, I think I might touch a little bit more there. Not going to do any highlights on that because that's in shadow from this overhang. Nice to see you again there, Danny M. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Now we're almost 2 hours into Saturday here. So again, I hope that you're doing well. And again, everybody check out all those wonderful figures done by surface tension, painted with the oils. So Moonlight Minis, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe just play around with a couple little color charts and getting a chance to kind of see what interesting combos there are with the oils. And of course, they all have their own weird little properties. That it never ceases to amaze me. How each paint has very different properties. Actually, the only other thing that really made me just so much aware of that was watercolors. Or some watercolors just had wildly different properties. They might have been watercolors, but they were very, very different. So again, thank you so much for being here, Danny M. We continue with all of the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain pieces here. Trying to get as many of those painted as we can. And of course, last night, this is one of the figures we painted. That's Dark Queen Schmaladriel for our Galadrim elves that are winter themed. And we also did one of those too last night with the freehand and all that good stuff. So very fun winter elves. see if I can just put, there we go. Also on that side too. Now, do we have an at the and this could be light enough here. This might just do it. Boom, there we are. Maybe touch more light over there. Yep. Yeah, Moonlight Minis, I know that things are kind of wild and crazy for you there too, like they are here. Definitely hoping for a post-Adepticon moment of tranquility or two. Because Adepticon is going to be a most active scene, that's for sure. I'll try to lighten up a little bit of this right next to this. I don't want to do too much down here because, again, that's all kind of in shadow there. Now here I might even try to do maybe some kind of a crack in the stone or something here. What do we got going here? Something like this, and then again maybe just something that indicates a little crack or whatever, something like that. I don't know. Alright, we'll see you. So hopefully see you tomorrow there. Well, later today. I guess it would be your Sunday, where I think well they'll look like Shmoom Kings. They will not be the 3D printed ones. It's semantic stuff that also has to be done for Adepticon, so we're gonna try and get that painted up. Nah, that's too much there, especially again for being down towards the ground. We'll do a little bit of our dry brushy stuff up here, something like that. I'll have to figure out for my thumbnail picture of this. Well, we at least want to show this bit here, but oh yeah, he can go up here. So yeah, I think we can arrange that. It's just thinking, okay, how in the world do I arrange the picture of this? Surface tension, yes. Well, this time again, I figured you were still on the work thing there. For some reason, I thought that was still the case for today. Of course, it's your Saturday. So I shouldn't have been thinking that, but my calendar is all messed up anyway in my brain. Well, what's left of my brain. Alright, let me get a little, I might do a little more of the dark here and then a little more here. So that kind of, if we create that reflected light, it makes this look more like obsidian, because obsidian is shiny. It's not just black. It's got a lot of reflective properties to it. Yeah, this is a little wonky right here. This is really very easy to alter with the oil paints, right? Just doing a little, again, this is pretty much just a dry brush right there. That's not an application. That's not like acrylics where you take a whole bunch of paint and then plop it on there. That is basically just a dry brush right there. And that's the thing that you gotta get used to with the oil paints is you don't have your one layer on top of the other. You're not going to be doing a standard kind of a glaze type of a thing either. You just gotta be patient with yourself and just let yourself kind of get accustomed to it, get used to it. And like we talked about earlier, there will probably be one figure where all the dots kind of connect. and you say, ah, all right, this is what I should be doing. And who knows, it could be just the right miniature. Because we always say if you haven't done this before, you might want to try yourself. So maybe some miniatures are a little bit on the simpler side. Things that have a lot of open surfaces. What you really don't want to do is, oh, I got this brand new army. I'm gonna use oils in my brand new army. I've never tried oils before. That might lead to less success initially, so maybe and a little frustration. So perhaps maybe something simple, even if it's something like this again that has a big old cloak on it, where you can plop that paint on there and push it around. You could also just do a value study, right? Just essentially black and white. That way you're not having to worry about colors. That way you don't have to. Oh my gosh, is this a light enough green? Does this have enough blue in it? Maybe just eliminate all that, at least from the start. And when you're getting started, try and keep things easier. And that's what they did in our watercolor class. Again, 10 months, first 4 months, we got one color. That color was brown. It wasn't until halfway through the year we had 3 colors. That's it, just 3. I don't think we had the full palette till we're about 7 months into a 10-month class. Again, they didn't want us struggling with all that color stuff and just figuring out, well, how the heck do we do a wash? They said, yeah, maybe learn the simpler stuff first. Do the complicated stuff later. So this is, again, a little bit of our... this is some Van Dyke Brown, just, again, a dry brush. People say, man, that darker color doesn't cover. Believe it or not, if you dry brush it on there like this, it will cover just fine. If I tried to just paint that on there, it would most likely slide right off of there. Seriously, it would. Lots of folks have seen that happen. Again, see, just essentially a dry brush. Less is more. More is always way too much. And by making some of this stuff darker, these areas get lighter by default. Right, because you see something next to a darker color, it's going to make that look nicer or lighter, so you don't have to do as many layers. It means it's not going to take as long to dry either. It's also very important. There is no thinner in this. There is no thinner at all. This is just how easy the oils are to spread around. They're just that easy to spread around. Might darken that, maybe kind of stain it a little bit or whatever, something like that. Okay, just using some of that dry brush stuff. And these are just beat up craft brushes. That's why I don't have to, I'm not worried about damaging some kind of brush or whatever that's pricey or that I really like. It's just a craft brush. You spend an awful lot of time doing stuff with craft brushes here. Even the filbert brushes are mostly just craft brushes. Let me see here. Now, as it is getting to be, it's after 2, and I do need to get down to do printing type stuff. So I had to find somebody that was painting. I think we have a new victim that is painting miniatures. So then I want to head over their way, but before that happens, I do want to say thanks for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the tiers. I say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, like always. And again, thanks to everybody for hanging out here with me as we did our first of the fountain type terrain pieces. There are more to do. Thanks Bithron for being here, and thanks for the raid, Paintwater, appreciate that. So again, 4 hours ago, this. 4 hours later, this. We will do more of these, and they will look like this. see how that goes. So thank you so much, Paintwater. Actually, I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here because that'll take a little while. So again, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you all being here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, again for doing those moderations. Appreciate that. So we'll see you tomorrow. Again, we'll be painting some of those Mantic Empire of Dust figures.